As you can see, he's highlighted in a big yellow box the gap where the long ending would go. Okay, so we all clear on what the argument is here. This is probably about to semi blow your mind, but it cuts now to Gnostic Informant, who's basically saying, this is a Billy Carson level bull crap lie. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle your seatbelts. It's about to get wacky.
Evidence exists, he says. That was a Billy Carson level
bull crap lie.
Said,
and this is a feature. Remember, he said this is a feature that we don't see at the end of any other Gospels. You can look up these codexes online and read them. It's like he just didn't even check. Like, there's a gap at the end of every single Gospel. Pretty bad, right?
I agree, and I think.
But you know what? It's about to get worse. What is Wes Huff's PhD in? Do you remember? Paratextual features of New Testament manuscripts. So not about the content of the text, but stuff to do with the way that the manuscripts are written. You know, like the handwriting, the layout, this kind of stuff. So in other words, this kind of stuff. Like, this is squarely within his expertise. Yes. Paratextual features of New Testament documents. And yet he's managed to make a genuinely, to me, unfathomable blunder. I do not understand how you can make a video where you say that there's a gap at the end of Mark's Gospel in Codex Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, and that's something we don't see in any of the other Gospels. If you have copies of those codexes and you can look and see that there are gaps at the end of every single one of them, I do not understand how you make that blunder. I genuinely don't get it.
On top of that, if we account for the average space between the letters, the average amount of words per column, and the approximate letter size for the scribe who wrote the Gospel of Mark, and we factor all that in and fill in the gap with a reconstructed text, 16:9 through 20, and the standard title inscription for the Gospel according to Mark fits exactly in the space left at the end of Mark in Codex Vaticanus. I think that's very important to take note of.
Fits exactly in the space. I think that's very important to take note of.
These are texts that I'm pretty familiar with.
Seriously, look at the Omicron. Look at how small the Reconstruction is with the red underlining. And then look over on the left and how large in the space. That's not average. That is clearly compression. And that is absolutely what James Snap does.
But you can see here how I have reconstructed the text of Mark 16:9-20 in the blank space. Now, the lettering is slightly compressed.
For the average space between the letters, the average amount of words per column, and the approximate letter size for the scribe who wrote the Gospel of Mark.
And these letters were not made by me, but basically I went over the Codex Vaticanus on this page and cut and pasted the text of Mark 16:9-20, letter by letter, using the scribe's own lettering. So here you can see that with compression, this text of Mark 16:9-20 and a closed title fits in the blank space.
Why? Because our reputation is being torn apart by a bunch of people who have no clue what they're talking about. They put a blindfold on and said, Wes, where are you? Wes, what'd you say, Wes? I believe you, Wes. No, shut up. I believe you, Wes. That's what happened to us. And we're a little bit ticked off on realizing how honestly dumb so many people are. That's exactly what they are. I'm honestly I'm so frustrated with how dumb so many people are online, bro. I'm not even kidding you. I'm like, my hope in humanity is like, dude, where are we going? Where are we freaking going, bro?
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a
Ladies and gentlemen, Wes Huff just recently dropped a discussion on facsimile after facsimile after facsimile after book after book after book after facsimile, getting ahead of a recent large interview with Alex O'Connor and it's Julian Dory. He has a massive podcast, and someone tipped him off. I'm pretty confident that his reputation on the line. Why? Context. He was so wrong in a video that he did, first throwing punches at Neil. We never did till after he called you dishonest.
I didn't know who he was before that.
Right. He had 30,000 subs.
Yeah.
So he hit you, and you just were like, you were on Danny.
I already had my check mark in my group, my whatever you call it, plaque. Yeah.
So he's on Danny Jones.
Yeah.
He punches up, okay, and then you're like, hold on, who's this guy on my radar? And he's making crap up. So you caught him with the long ending of Mark's stuff. He definitely didn't do a good job articulating what his point was, if this was his point all along in the video that he just did.
Right.
However, he really goofed up and had to delete the video. Never apologized to you. Alex sees this
Because of the allergies and dryness thing, I think that was the biggest. Putting that on the screen and going, look how big these gaps are. They must have had knowledge of later when it had the long ending in it.
Yes.
Was like, that was the end of that video. That video was, no matter what happens after that, you messed up so royally. It was cool. It was smart to take it down.
It was smart, but here's the thing.
Leave that up.
No, you're right. Listen, dryness. So those who don't know, is a 5th century document. We're going to cover a little bit more on Stephen's charts. We'll get there. But this is the problem. That codex has the long ending in it, and he circles the space after the long ending's already inserted, which is so obviously ridiculous. And even Alex was pointing it out, like, really emphasizing this on Julian Dory's podcast.
But in between the time they recorded and the time they got released, Wes quickly uploaded a video kind of reaffirming his stance.
Yeah.
And all he really does is just shift the goalpost just a tad to the point where he's in the clear. Now he goes, well, yeah, those other ones have gaps at the end, but it's not the same as this gap right here.
Right.
And yeah, some of them do have similar gaps to this one, but they're not in the New Testament of this particular manuscript.
Yeah.
So you literally he limits his sample size to 27 books instead of going with the sample size that you should use, which is the same codex.
Okay, so we're now jumping in the deep end, right? So first of all, if you don't know Neil Sinlak from Gnostic Informant and my buddy Stephen Nelson from Cross Bible, crossbible.com, start using the Bible at Cross Bible, scratch Bible Hub. This is going to be the place to go, and you're going to see why as we continue to roll out good scholarship and show you why this is the place. Anywho, that being said, recently he was tipped off, and for reputation's sake, I am interpreting it as for reputational sake. Here I am, a PhD candidate in Canada, wanting to be, the facsimile master and the what does he call himself? The para
specialist. Yeah.
Yeah, para specialist.
He is a bona fide, or at least he's earning his PhD in the paratextual features of the New Testament, and so he's doing a good job with that. We just want to correct the record on a few things in the recent video.
Yes. So we're going to correct the record, but let's all up front just say amen, Brother Wes. It is a forgery. And we're thankful that you recognize that and admit and confess that, yeah, hey, Christians, if you think verse 9 through 20 of Mark 16 was original, think again, okay? Now, the real question in the scandal becomes, what else in the New Testament is forgery? Other than the adulterous woman, potentially. I know that you're willing to go somewhere, but can you follow us into the pseudepigraphic letters of Paul, or can you do some of the, okay, so we have some territories they're not willing to go into because it breaks the conservative Christian position. Okay, what does Wes do in this video? He admits that it's not original, but it sounds like he's wrestling with this, but it's an early forgery. Something's going on. We talked to Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier was like, dude, it sounds like his Christian constituency was like, you better go out there and at least make us look good. And I'm like, you don't understand the background, Dr. Carrier. Like, there's more behind the scenes about what happened with Neil and why he made this video. Because it seemed like, what is the point of this video other than, here's my real position. Don't listen to this video that Derek and Neil did on me. Okay.
Right, but it was also very, very, very sneaky little move to go. And this is a feature that doesn't exist in anywhere else in the New Testament.
So we need
and
to
it was like that part right there really bothered me the most in this whole video, because it was him sneakily saying, if I create my own sample size, then my argument works.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, that's not how you should know the methodology by now. You should know that you shouldn't be dealing dividing up text based on making certain look different than the new. Right.
So technically, just so you understand what Neil's trying to say is this: when Wes is not incorrect, he is correct in his statement. What he doesn't just say to the audience that we felt he should have, especially after our investigation when Neil left last night, was this: He says in the New Testament, you only find this third column blank, right? He's correct about that. But the Codex is one large book, including.
I think so the background information here is we're talking about Codex Vaticanus.
Yeah.
And the defining feature of the ending of Mark of Codex Vaticanus that everybody's talking about right now, which we all agree on.
Yeah.
We agree with Wes. Like, we're not arguing against the conclusion of this video that something is going on. Something's definitely going on.
Yeah.
But what's going on?
What's
so
going on?
what's going on is that at the end of Mark, it's a 3-column codex, Codex Vaticanus. The third column on the right is totally empty. And the conclusion is that this is evidence that the scribe of Codex Vaticanus knew about the long ending, thought it was probably a forgery, but left some space for reasons that we'll get into, or or speculate on. And that this is a feature that doesn't exist anywhere else in the New Testament portion of Codex Vaticanus, but it does exist in 3 parts in the Old Testament, which was not mentioned, and it was, I guess, not considered relevant. But the 3 places are the end of Second Esdras, the end of Tobit, and
Third Esdras.
Third Esdras, the end of Tobit,
and Daniel,
and
you already mentioned,
and the end of Daniel, which is the end of the Old Testament portion of Codex Vaticanus, which is interesting. And then there are valid explanations for why there would be gaps in the Old Testament, right before the Psalms, right before the minor prophets. It's fine.
Yeah, like in the Psalms, they have 2 columns rather than 3.
Yeah.
So they switched from 3 columns into 2 columns, starting on a new leaf. So
it's not enough. There's enough of it going on to say that I don't know if I can make any conclusion.
Yeah, I want to make it dogmatic.
Yeah.
Right. And we agree. But the thing is
I don't have a problem with him bringing this up,
dude.
But it is, and it was what was irritating to me is that he just shifted his argument into that pocket to be safe.
Didn't mention the other thing.
Yeah, to be safe from the criticism that he was getting before.
Okay. Here's the thing. I think we all might actually sit back and go, you know what? Maybe this gap potentially does maybe say, hey, there's something weird going on with Mark and they left a blank. Here's where I want to get pedantic. Join me on this journey. Are you ready? Okay. He shows the blank space. You can see on the screen, and we'll have a screen recording where you can actually see us show you. You see the stamp from the library online of this facsimile. You can see that watermark. Well, when he adds in, he says, and this is either, it's not completely honest, okay? This is not completely accurate, and this is, you read your motives however you want. Let you, the viewer, decide, okay? But in it, he says that the space size, the size of the actual letters of the Greek and stuff fit perfectly in this blank space.
16:9-20, and the standard title inscription for the Gospel according to Mark fits exactly in the space left at the end of Mark in Codex.
Marcus, thanks for playing. We asked 100 advertisers, what are the top 5 streaming channels to advertise on? If you can guess those top 5, then I'll pay for them.
Vaticanus.
Well, when you actually fact check where this comes from, which is James Snap's website, James Snap reconstructed it. He's using James Snap's reconstruction. What James Snap tells you that Wes does not tell you, and he should have if he's going to be thorough, is this. He literally fabricated by compressing, going through Mark and finding the smallest letters and then like copying and pasting to recreate a insertion of 9-20. And it is totally speculative, number one. James is literally
and then there's also people who use it as an academic. I'm inclined to use it at times because I want to kind of frame y'all in a bigger conversation with Frank Cherry, Rabbi Wentworth. I want to frame the tradition of the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. I want to frame the tradition of, to a lesser extent, Dr. York and or Rabboni Yeshua at the time, and the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, right? An organization to which I have ties, right? So, I in the past, long past, but
I understand.
Yeah, I gotta say that for the people before the Nubians be on my head. You know what I mean? They be focused on the wrong things, man.
Right.
but all that to say, who are Hebrew Israelites? How do you define Hebrew Israelite?
I'm glad you mentioned the FS Cherry and stuff like that, because a lot of people think like being an Israelite is something that's kind of fairly new.
Yep.
They don't know, like, Harriet Tubman knew she was an Israelite. You mentioned F.S. Cherry, Rabbi Wentworth, or being an Israelite.
That is something that was created like 6 years ago. There's no records of her saying that. And in fact, her records show her connection to the Ashanti tribes and showing her grandparents connected to that culture. She has nothing to do with Hebrew Israelism at all, because we have tons of records of Harriet Tubman. So for us to say Harriet Tubman was an Israelite, I think True Story got the same response as I was. I think Rob Bond and I had a discussion about this. There's so much information about Harriet Tubman. People are even Dane Calloway is saying that Harriet Tubman never existed. And in her records, it actually shows how she's connected to the pork and the pig, how they revered grooming the pigs. So she was such an Israelite. She was so involved. I'm just trying to say, they're going to say, oh, she lost her way. She lost her way, but she remembered she was an Israelite. This was started 6 to 10 years ago by family members who are connected to Hebrew Israelism, trying to put that on her. So that's a lie. Captain Tazaryach repeated. He may not know it's a lie, but he's going to say that, oh, they have family members who say, oh, you know more than the family members in the history. All you got to do is trace Harriet Tubman's history. And by the way, her naming and everything tells you a lot about her, because she took on the name of her, I think her mother or her grandmother's name, and took that name on. She has a very, very known history that's extremely well documented. Because, I don't know how literate she was, which is another claim Dane Calloway comes with and all that stuff. But her record speaks for itself. She was not, as we know, claiming to be a Hebrew Israelite. Although, at that time, I have no problem with anybody saying they're a Hebrew or they're an Israelite or claim that they are connected to the people in the Bible. It makes perfectly sense, because the people who were in charge was connected to the Bible. So the best way to get out of the system that you're caught up in is to connect yourself with the Bible. So it makes a lot of sense if that had happened. Okay. Let me just share this with my brother True Story, and just said, fun fact on Veterans Day, Harriet Tubman was posthumously commissioned as a brigadier general by the Maryland National Guard. Tubman was the first woman in the U.S. to lead an armed military operation. Shout out to True Story for that. Peace and love, bro.
Yep.
They don't know, like, Harriet Tubman knew she was an Israelite. You mentioned F.S. Cherry, Rabbi Wentworth, or being an Israelite really goes way back. It's almost like the untold history. Like they have Black History Month, and they always discovering new things. They have like Black inventions of this and that. And so when you actually delve into the history of being an Israelite, you'll find out that it actually goes pretty deep. Also, like when you said in the beginning, when you was talking, when you said Black Hebrew Israelite, and then you said Hebrew Israelite, because Black Hebrew Israelite has a acronym called BHI. And that's something that the Israelis came up with to make it derogatory for anybody like us to say we're Israelite. It's like, oh, that's them Black Hebrew Israelites over there. They like almost to make it seem like they're not the real Israelites.
Hold on,
they
right.
just Black,
Black
Hebrew, right? So,
let's stop right.
So that's why
let's stop right there. That is just so not true. The Black Hebrew Israelite term was created by the Black Hebrew Israelites. What is I don't know. We're when it comes to history, I tell you, this boy be making so many errors, man. That's my captain though, man. But I mean, of course, when you believe a lie so much, you lie so much within the lie. It's just crazy right now at this point. But I do want to point out that the Black Hebrew Israelite was created by them. They call themselves that. Nobody called themselves that before them. They call themselves Black Hebrew Israelites to point out the blackness, that the Jews were black and all of this stuff was black. So that's why they're using Black Hebrew Israelite. There's pretty much no other reason why, because they're saying that these light-skinned people out here are pretending to be Israelites.
Let me just get this video real quick just so I could chime in, break it down so people could see why I'm making this video so long. Is because if you tell a lie or you tell misinformation, you got to have somebody to correct the information. So Black Hebrew Israelites is not a racial thing. They made it up themselves. BHI, you guys created that. So now to now say, hey, they created this and that, nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We gonna correct that on the spot. Let me see if I could find this video real quick here. All right, let me play it. Let me continue playing it until I find it.
Glad that you said it the way that you said, but for us, being a Hebrew Israelite is us really getting back to our identity, our heritage, our culture. One of the things that we feel that Black people suffer from is an identity crisis, which is why we have so many different religious beliefs, religious factions, religious sects. I mean, even you mentioned the Nuwabians, you have Muslims, you have Christians, you have atheists, all these different belief systems that we go into. For us in the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, currently under Commanding General Yohana, we teach that our identity starts and stops with the Bible. So we identify with being the children of Israel. And so now that gives us an identity, it gives us a culture, it gives us law, it gives us code of ethics that's uncontrolled by man. Like most, even Christianity is controlled by man. It's like what their doctrine believes. Islam, the same thing. Any other cult has the same thing. When it comes to being an Israelite, the laws is already set. So if we say you can eat this and you can't eat that, it's not what I came up with. We're going to read it in the Bible and say, this is what the Bible says. If we say you can only marry a certain people, we're going to say it says it here. So everything that we live by is already written. So it's not something that Commander Jenny Hanna came up with and said, okay, we're going to do it like this. We can read in the Bible. So it's really about giving us an identity, giving an answer to the age-old question, like who we are. Like if you ask 10 Black people who they are, you're going to get 10 different answers. You know, the Christian, atheist, 5%, Jehovah's Witness, like as if your religion is your identity. But if you ask a white person, even if they started as white, they might say, I'm Irish or I'm Italian, and then they can tell you what it means to be Irish. They can tell you what it means to be Italian. We don't really know what it means to be Black. It's going to come to either some music, some sports. It's going to come to a religion, but it's not going to really give us a culture. So being an Israelite, first and foremost, is about giving us an identity that gives us a moral code, moral ethics, a God. That's how we teach it. That's how we push it.
That's actually very helpful. When I think about that long tradition of Black Hebrew Israelites, and I mentioned Rabbi Wentworth, Matthew, I think about the commandment keepers, for those that don't know.
Right.
You know, you talk about all the way back in Harlem over 100 years ago. Again, for y'all to think Hebrew Israelites are a new thing, they're certainly not. Even as an organized named body, Captain Tazaryach is also talking about a longer tradition. We'll talk about Harriet Tubman and all that stuff.
Right.
But even in terms of self-identifying, we got over a century of this tradition. A lot of those people come out of a church, though, right? A lot of them identified as Christians, but as they went through the Hebrew Bible, they said, "Wait, Exodus, that's us."
Yeah.
Etc. Etc.
Even further, a lot of them learned from Jewish people. Because, you know, at that time, you got us, you know, being in all these different, you know, even historically, there's what they call a slave Bible. So the slave Bible was when they took out certain verses that they felt would cause a rebellion amongst the slaves. This is what makes a Nat Turner, F.S. Cherry, Denmark Vesey, what make them so historical, because when they got their hands on the actual Bible, it did inspire rebellion. Anybody can look that up. So when it comes to the history of it, a lot of them, like even our founding fathers, Abba Bivens, Ariyah Yaquab, they learned by going into Jewish synagogues. And as they going into the Jewish synagogues, thinking that they're going to be Jewish for all intents and purposes, like or in a Christian church, they're going to be Christian or they're going to be Jewish. And then when you start reading the Bible and then you start looking at what's happening to us, and then you start looking at the Jewish people and you start looking at the Christian, you say, okay, this don't really line up biblically. The way it's described and the way they look doesn't look like who you're telling me are the people of the book. The prophecies that you're saying are ascribed to these people don't look like it's ascribed to them. And then so the Matthews, the Fords, all these people start leaving out of the Christian church and out of the Jewish synagogues because they're finding out that the people that are teaching them the Bible, really, we should be teaching them technically, like, because it's our record. So as they start realizing that they were the people, they start leaving out of those synagogues, they start leaving out of those Christian churches. And then that's when we start establishing and start learning on our own. And of course, as a baby in the infant stage, you know, you're just growing. So you're learning. So at one point, they might not have believed in Jesus. And then as they start learning, then they believe in Jesus. They might not believe in Moses or even have the full understanding of the Bible that they should. But the one thing that those men did know is that they were the people of the book. And so we always look at it spiritually, that the Lord will pour out his spirit upon all flesh and we will prophesy. So that's what you see with the F.S. Cherries, the Wentworths, the Fords, the Abba Bivens, the Arias, the Gaikwabs, all the way up to now. And it's really because of the internet. So it's a lot easier for information to spread as opposed to back then. It was like, if you wasn't like in the New York area or in the Chicago area or something like that, it would be hard to grasp or get this information.
You said a couple of things, and we're going to address some of the comments that come in as they come in when they're useful. We'll take questions as well. But I want to speak to, in particular, one sister who just wrote in and said, Rabbi Matthew was not a Hebrew Israelite. They rejected Jesus and Christianity, practiced Judaism. I think I don't disagree, but I think Rabbi Matthew would say that they were Hebrews and that Ethiopians were of the tribe, among the 12 tribes. But they have initially identified as a church, right? They were, they became the commandment keepers, Ethiopian Hebrew Israelites. But remember, at one point they were. Let me see if I can find it because I don't want to give it wrong.
Yeah, and I think what people have to understand is that even when Rabbi Matthew and stuff like that, they still were Israelites. Like, right. Whether you say whether they reject Christ or not does not take away from them being an Israelite. Even during the time of Christ, Israelites rejected Christ. So we could read in the Bible that they rejected Christ. They told Caesar, we have no king but Caesar. And those is Israelites rejecting another Israelite. That doesn't take away from the point of them starting out in the Jewish synagogue and then realizing they were the people. So even if they didn't believe in Christ all the way, they did know that the Jewish man was not the Jewish man, was not the Jew. They knew that they was a Jew. And I think that's the most important part of the story, because in the infant stage, you had two different types. I always call it like two different types of Israelites. You had Israelites that started out Christians, and you had Israelites that started out in Judaism. And so as they transition out of Judaism and Christianity, of course, their foundation is going to be learning from that position before they would graduate to another. So we have a lot of Israelites that started out in Judaism and then become what we would call Messianic Jews, for people to understand the terminology.
Which is a very important conversation we're going to have, because I've been in Israel and watched Messianic Jews not be allowed in. And we'll talk about that. I want to talk about this whole idea of what it means to be Jewish in just a second. But you are you're identifying Hebrew Israelite not as a religious faith per se, but as a national identity and ethnic identity. Would those be fair labels? Ethnic and national identity?
Yes, it would be ethnic, meaning like you can't, like in religion, anybody can conform to that. So a Hispanic, a Chinese, or Japanese can be Christian. In our belief system, you have to ethnically be an Israelite. So in North, Central, and South America, we would say the Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. And then you got Israelites in Africa, you got Israelites in Europe, you got Israelites in Asia. But if you're not ethnically an Israelite, you can't be an Israelite. That's where our position is from.
Okay. So, and please correct me if this isn't right. I just pulled this up, but this looks like the signs that I've seen.
Yes, that would be correct. That's the correct sign.
Okay. Anybody who has spent time, we're gonna talk about that too. Anybody who spent time in an urban city has probably seen one of the Israelite schools outside teaching. And one of the things that you will often see when you see them outside is a sign. Now, the sign isn't as pretty as this one. I actually think they're much better on the street.
Right.
You know, y'all make them, and you know what I mean, they're very different than the kind you're seeing right here, which is more.
But that's more basic, straight to the point, where they could just look right at it.
Right. Exactly. And I get that, and I ain't mad at that. But when I see this, sign, I've always wondered this, and I've never had an opportunity to really ask anybody. They're saying that, again, for those who don't know, there are 12 tribes of Israel in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, in the Torah, to be more specific. And you all argue that each of these ethnic groups or national groups are descendants of those different tribes. So American Blacks are the tribe of Judah, which, you know, as an American Negro myself, you know, I'll take it. But then we got the West Indian Blacks are from Benjamin, Haitians from Levi, et cetera, et cetera. It's always seemed so neat, those lines.
Right.
And with partly just because of all the mixing that seemed hard for me to believe, but also because of like Dominican, Cuban, Puerto Rican, Haitian. I mean, all that is
close.
Yeah. How did you all determine which lineage was which? And I'll be honest with you, because I don't. This isn't a gotcha. I have heard arguments that some of the early organizational founders said that they made this up.
Right. So that's a falsehood. That the person that's from the earlier organization is not actually legit. So the first thing, the 12 tribe chart is a marker. So it's not an absolute, meaning like, yeah, people that might look native, people that might look black, and then you find out that they're Native Indian, but they think that they're black. So it's really just a marker where this is where the dominant people are from each one of these tribes.
Greetings. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace to people of goodwill. So back on March 21st of this year, 2024, the Genesis 49ers channel had a video exploring a standard yet controversial aspect of One West Israelite theology and anthropology. And about 13 and a half minutes into the show, Tazaryach, a high-ranking member or captain of the Neo-ISUPK, posted a comment in the live chat, which they put on the screen. And his comment was objecting to their use of the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite, or its acronym BHI. You see, Tazaryach claimed that this term is racist and is an attack on Israelites. Now, this sort of objection has been floating around for years, perhaps for over a decade, but it's still a relatively new one in the grand scheme of things, and it's an artificial objection as well. You see, it's pushed by men who are either unfamiliar with or not entirely honest about the history of the Israelite spectrum. Now, in the interest of charity, I'll assume that Tazaryach was merely unfamiliar with the history of the term, but he's part of a group which seems to have a leadership which is not entirely honest about that history. For example, the leadership of the Neo-ISUPK has not been entirely honest about how the name of the school at One West was Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge, not Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Israeli, not Israelite. The Neo-ISUPK doesn't have exactly the same name as the old school, but they lead people to think otherwise. But whatever the case, you know, the point that I'm trying to make there is that while Tazaryach may be sincerely unfamiliar with the history of this topic, his leadership might be familiar with it, at least the man at the top of his group. And for him to allow men under him to think like this is questionable, right? But I wanted to make a short video which quickly gets into the history of this phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite. So you see, it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who introduced this phrase. For starters, Shalik ben Yehuda wrote a book back in 1975 titled Black Hebrew Israelites From America to the Promised Land. However, in the past, when I've brought this point up on social media, certain Hebrew Israelites who want to hang on to this polemic would object that they've never heard of Shalik ben Yehuda before. And, you know, they'd say that for all they know, he might be an agent, right? Okay. So let me cite another example. let's cite One West itself, right? And here I want to say that I personally remember around the time that Braveheart was in theaters. So we're talking like the mid 1995. So before the House of David split, in fact. But around that time, mid 1995, when Braveheart was in theaters, Arya, you know, one of the leaders of One West, was in Times Square, and he was repeatedly using that phrase, Black Hebrew Israelite, whether in the singular or the plural. And he was using it in reference, partially in reference to that film, to Braveheart, right? And I'm telling you, I was right there on the sidewalk. I personally witnessed Arya say things like, you know, William Wallace was a Black Hebrew Israelite. And then he would say, Edward the Longshanks was a Black Hebrew Israelite. He would say it just like that. And then he declared that Longshanks was a wicked king. And I guess at that point he felt like segueing into other wicked English Israelite kings. And so he declared, you know, King Henry VIII was a Black Hebrew Israelite, but he was wicked. And then he would talk about, you know, his divorces and all that kind of thing. For real, that really happened. And, you know, then Arya went on to say that the Scottish were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the English back then were Black Hebrew Israelites, and the Irish were Black Hebrew Israelites. He repeated the phrase over and over again, and I witnessed him do that. And then he went into that bit. I don't know, some of you are familiar with this, but I personally witnessed him at that moment go into the whole bit where, you know, he says Brit means covenant and Ish means man. So British means covenant man in Hebrew, right? Which makes for quite the awkward fit with Lashwan Kodash. But whatever the case, my point in sharing that anecdote is that I personally witnessed Arya himself, a leader over One West, repeatedly using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelites, plural. Now, I understand that some might reject my personal account and say that, you know, that they don't trust me, they don't believe me. Okay, well, in that case, the old ICUPK website, the website of One West, is archived. You can look at it online, and I'll share a link. I'll share a couple of links in the description. And if you go to their old merchandise page, you know, that they had up in the 90s, you'll see that back in the 90s, they were selling a 2-volume book, a 2-volume set, you know, this a couple of books that were titled, quote, More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites, end quote. Now, someone like Tazaryach might not have ever known that. But what does it say about old timers like Johanna, who's the leader of the Neo ISUPK, or Tahar, the leader of GMS? What does it say about these men? You know, that, and Tahar, by the way, has also gotten on board with this complaint about the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite. He even, you know, had his members sort of launch that as a polemic against vocab, right? But what does it say about these men, these old timers who go all the way back to the 90s and before, like Johanna, like Tahar? What does it say about them that they don't inform the younger men they influence about this past use of that phrase, that the leadership in, you know, at One West was itself using the phrase in a positive sense? But whatever, I'll stop this video here. I honestly think this little bit that I've shown here puts the nail in the coffin of this objection. You know, it's a relatively new thing to complain about people using the phrase Black Hebrew Israelite or the acronym BHI. But it was the Hebrew Israelites themselves who originally used that phrase. They introduced it to others, and that's why it became part of the common parlance. And that's even why it was picked up by their critics, because it was just sort of, you know, part of the common conversation about the group. Oh, one last thing on a closing note. If you check out the order form on the old ICUBK site, they have the relevant book listed for $110. That's the price that's listed. I don't know. That's strange.
In the 90s, One West sold a book for $110, which was titled More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites. What?
There, and then when we come out, there's a term I think even you said when you introduced Captain Akkad, you called him a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's like saying the N-word.
I'm going to declare to you tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest Black radical organization on the face of this earth. That's right. See if I'm wrong. See if I'm going to declare to you tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest Black radical organization on the face of this earth.
And then when we come out, there's a term I think even you said when you introduced Captain Akkad, you called him a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's like saying the N-word.
I'm going to declare to you tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest black radical organization on the face of this earth.
That's right.
See if I'm wrong. See if I'm going to declare to you tonight, the Black Hebrew Israelites will be the biggest black radical organization on the face of this earth.
You already know what time it is. ISUPK.
Paul had a lot of credit, but Corinthians gave him no credit. You ain't SH, Paul. You ain't done nothing, Paul. That's the mentality of the Black Hebrew Israelites today.
Stuff going on and all this information, and I'm talking to you Black Hebrew Israelites. You still arguing amongst each other, arguing about the name, arguing about multiple wives. You're worthless. You have nothing to bring to building the nation up and to doing what Christ said.
When you look at a lot of these religious organizations, I don't care who they are, be it the Black Hebrew Israelites or the Nation of Islam, the Jewish people,
the Black Hebrew Israelites or the Black Hebrews of Dimona, many of their leaders came out of our movement. Our rabbi, in fact, taught Ben Ami, who was the leader of the group in Dimona. And there were several philosophical differences, ideological differences, theological differences, and thus Ben Ami and several other members departed.
So now when you have people calling people Black Hebrew Israelites, then that put them under the BIE. Most people say drop the black. We ain't used that in a long time since back in the days when everybody was black and proud. Just use Hebrew Israelite. But Hebrew Israelite also carry a negative connotation politically in the world stage. Now,
Ian McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. The fit for today is the death of Superman. Let's take a look at a video.
One of the earliest versions is the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible.
All right, let's see it.
So the earliest version of the Bible, or one of the earliest, is in Ethiopia. What are the differences between that Bible and, let's say, like the King James?
Okay, there are a couple things. The first, the Old Testament is the Torah from the Ethiopian Torah.
Wait,
Right.
the oldest Torah we have is also Ethiopian?
Yeah.
This is not anywhere close to being true. Our earliest manuscripts of the Pentateuch, the Torah, written in Ge'ez, are medieval in origin and late medieval. We have the Garima Gospels from between the 4th and 7th centuries CE, 2 or 3 manuscripts of the 4 Gospels. But when it comes to manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible, they don't come until many centuries after that. Although this manuscript tradition dates very early, probably early to mid 4th century CE. You had Syrian missionaries bringing editions of the Septuagint, which included the Hebrew Bible, the texts of the Apocrypha and other pseudepigrapha, and the New Testament down to the kingdom of Aksum, and then the tradition developed from there.
Okay, so oldest version of Old Testament, Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
Oldest version of New Testament, either Sinai or Ethiopia.
So this is closer to being accurate, but it's still not accurate. The oldest manuscripts of New Testament texts in Ge'ez are the Garima Gospels, Garima 1 and Garima 2. And these just have the 4 Gospels, not the whole New Testament. Garima 2 is the earliest of these, which dates to between like 390 CE and maybe 566 CE. I think those are the dates that carbon dating return. And so we do have probably earlier texts than that in Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. And those contain the majority of the New Testament, the entire New Testament as the scribes considered it at the time. So like Vaticanus doesn't include the pastoral epistles, probably because they did not think that they were canonical. But it has the rest of the New Testament and all 4 Gospels. Those would be the earliest manuscripts of the whole New Testament as it existed in the 4th century CE.
What are the differences we see in these and then the newer versions of the text?
Well, what's interesting is the text, there's less mistranslations.
Less mistranslations, got it.
In the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible, there's about 12 to 14,000 differences than the more modernized King James Version.
So just to be clear, Billy Carson does not know Hebrew, does not know Greek, does not know Latin, does not know Ge'ez, doesn't know anything about translation, has nothing to contribute here. So instead, he's going to make claims that have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the Garima Gospels or Codex Sinaiticus.
And what are the differences?
Well, for example, Moses never crossed the Red Sea. He crossed the Sea of Reeds, which is a closer, much smaller, and easier sea to cross.
So two things here. First, this is a pretty pedestrian observation. People have long known that the Hebrew phrase Yam Suf means Sea of Reeds. We call that sea the Red Sea in most languages today. And that's because in the 3rd century BCE, when the Hebrew Bible was translated into ancient Greek, when we got the Septuagint, they rendered Yam Suf in Greek as Erythra Thalassa, which means Red Sea. We're not sure exactly why. Some scholars think that colors were used for cardinal directions, so it would be the South Sea, because for whatever reason, red was associated with the South. That could be it, but because of that translation, the same sea has been referred to as the Red Sea in most languages ever since. So they're not different seas, and this isn't really a significant observation. But additionally, this has absolutely nothing to do with different readings in the Garima Gospels or in the Septuagint. The Septuagint is responsible for the change to the designation Red Sea, and the Garima Gospels are based on Septuagint manuscripts that were brought down to the kingdom of Aksum in the early 4th century CE. So Carson is not actually identifying a difference. He was asked for differences, and he's just sharing factoids that he thinks are cool without knowing if they have anything whatsoever to do with any of these manuscripts.
Also, another mistranslation is the God. God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases, gods with an S.
This is laughably false, and anyone with a single semester of training in biblical Hebrew would see right through this as a ridiculous falsehood. Not only is it laughably false, it's also something that is not supported by anything in the Septuagint or in any Ethiopian biblical manuscript. Again, this is just a cool factoid that Carson repeatedly shares on social media without being able to connect it in any way, shape, or form to any of these manuscripts that he's being asked about.
But I just want to learn some more about these differences in the Bible.
This interviewer keeps trying to bring it back to what's actually in these manuscripts, and Carson has shared literally nothing from these manuscripts. He's just using this as an opportunity to hawk his conspiracy theories, which are pure and utter nonsense.
I give you one big translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happens?
It doesn't exist in the book of Barnabas.
So once again, Carson puts on display his abject and complete ignorance of these manuscripts. Codex Sinaiticus has the normal gospel texts with the normal references to the crucifixion. Now, Codex Sinaiticus also has a New Testament apocryphal text known as the Epistle of Barnabas, which is not included in the canon anymore, but was considered authoritative for a lot of early Christians. Now, Carson refers to the Book of Barnabas as not having references to the resurrection. That is not a reference to the Epistle of Barnabas, which is in Codex Sinaiticus. That is a reference to the Gospel of Barnabas, which was composed in the Middle Ages and denies that Jesus was crucified. It has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with Sinaiticus. Carson just does not have the first clue what he's talking about.
So how did they kill him?
They didn't kill him. In Harvard Library, there is a book of Jesus' wife at the Harvard Seminary School. And they found that about 8 years ago.
So there is no such book. This is actually a reference to a little scrap of papyrus that you can see here that was originally thought to be a part of a 3rd or 4th century CE, probably Gnostic gospel that refers to Jesus's wife, but turned out to be a forgery.
The Roman era divided the island of Great Britain into
Finally, on the Bible, it also talks about things like angels and demons, which people point to as, well, obviously, that can't be true. I mean, what do you say to people?
All right, let's see it.
Well, I mean, it's starting with the assumption that the supernatural doesn't exist.
No, it isn't. It is overwhelmingly the conclusion that is drawn from all of the available data. It is the observation that the data unilaterally do not support the actual reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. It's also the conclusion drawn from all the available data that we can account socioculturally, literarily, for the origins, the nature, the function of traditions about angels and demons. In other words, we can explain how they were invented and how they differ from culture to culture and from time to time and from place to place. There are no data that support the reality of angels and demons. And when people see that, it is perfectly reasonable and rational to therefore conclude that they don't actually exist. And the attempt to dismiss that conclusion based on all the available data as just an a priori assumption is an attempt to try to lower the findings of critical thought to the level of religious dogma and say, well, it's just a bias. It's on the same level as these religious dogmas. And we can see this because the rest of the video is not going to generate any kind of data or evidence whatsoever for the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. Again, because none exist. It's just going to try to tear down scientific inquiry to make it seem like it is on equal footing with religious dogma, so that they can then say, well, we're on the same footing and we both have things we can't answer, therefore it's a wash. And that is an absolutely ridiculous bit of rhetorical prophylaxis for the fact that there are no data that support the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. And even attempts to try to appeal to experience and witness testimony and things like that is going to run into trouble once you examine the witness testimony and you find that accounts of visitations by angels and demons differ wildly around the world, and where they are consistent is where they are staying tethered to the received tradition and the authoritative texts, which means they're only consistent where they already have inspiration from which to draw their accounts. In other words, the data all point to the same reasonable and rational conclusion that supernatural beings like angels and demons are a product of sociocultural invention. That's the conclusion that all of the data support. And that's why the only thing that West can do is attempt sophomorically to bring scientific inquiry down to the level of dogmatic religious belief.
And I simply, I don't think that's true.
But that is not a conclusion you arrived at based on the available data. It is a dogma you chose to accept in spite of the available data, which is why you cannot provide any data to support that conclusion. You can provide no mathematical equations, no computer simulations, no experimental data, no observational data. You can provide nothing. All you can provide is an attempt to use misinformation to cut down scientific inquiry and say they have gaps in their knowledge, therefore I don't have to account for the fact that there are no data that support the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. It's an attempt to try to generate a sense of some kind of epistemological parity between the two worldviews and say we're even, let's call it a draw. And that is wildly fallacious.
I mean, there are all sorts of things that, from, say, a secular materialistic perspective, are far more of needing an explanation than the existence of supernatural beings.
That is a laughable falsehood.
I mean, my friend Glenn Scrivener out in the UK, who runs an organization called Speak Life, he talks about this a lot, where, you know, there are things that atheists and secular materialists have to account for, things like everything coming from nothing, order coming from chaos, life emerging from non-life, minds that, from mindless matter.
All of these things are accounted for by atheists and secular materialists. There are explanations that are either widely accepted and long held and supported by experimental data, observational data, computer simulations, mathematical equations, and all that, or there are competing theories that are supported by those things, but still have some unanswered questions that leave us trying to figure out which of the available answers is right. So the notion that science is just unable to account for these things, and the misrepresentation of some of these things, for instance, the standard cosmological model does not posit that the universe came from nothing, that's a religious belief. So that is a Christian saying, you've got to account for my theory of the origins of the universe, which is not how any of this works. We can account for these things with very robust explanations. Nobody can account for the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons in any other way but to just say the Bible says so. And people have claimed that they ran into them. And either it has nothing to do with what the Bible says about them, and therefore I ignore them entirely, or it is directly inspired by what the Bible says about them, therefore it matches what the Bible says, therefore it's more reliable testimony. The notion that scientific inquiry and the existence of angels and demons are on the same level, epistemologically speaking, in terms of available evidence, is just bafflingly ignorant.
You know, is it more of a leap in logic to believe in angels and demons, or that everything came from nothing, Pierce? That order came from chaos, that life emerged from non-life, and that mind formed from mindless matter?
Definitely the belief in angels and demons, because there are no data that support the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. And all the data that do exist point quite strongly to their being a product of sociocultural invention and curation. Meanwhile, all those other things you named have very robust models that explain how they got to be the way they are, models that are supported, again, by experimental data, by observational data, by mathematical equations, by computer simulations. And the ridiculous attempt to try to drag them down to the level of a religious dogma just to be able to assert this epistemological parity is very clearly sophomoric rhetorical prophylaxis for the fact that the belief in the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons is just a dogma that one chooses to accept, not because of the data, but in spite of the data.
I would say these are answers that arguably, in terms of the topic of what we're, on the eve of Easter, the resurrection is not one more absurdity. Neither are angels or demons.
Whether one wants to call it an absurdity or not, what it demonstrably is a dogma that you cannot support with any data, because it is not something you arrived at by following the data. It's a dogma you chose to accept, again, entirely in spite of the data, which is why you're forced to engage in these ridiculous apologetic attempts to tear down scientific inquiry, to try to make it seem like it's on the same epistemological level with those dogmas that you choose to accept.
But the resurrection, I think, actually is the explanation that makes sense of the supernatural world that we see talked about in, all sorts of religious perspectives.
Whatever one might understand it to mean, to say that the resurrection is the explanation that makes sense of the supernatural world that we see talked about in all sorts of religious perspectives, what it is not is any kind of evidentiary support for the reality of angels and demons, because none exists.
And I think that people will assume that the supernatural can't exist.
Again, people will draw from all the available data the conclusion that the supernatural world is not supported by any data and is best explained as a product of sociocultural invention and curation. That is a very different thing from an assumption.
And yet, at the exact same time, they will, as a conscious human being in a world where we're still not really entirely sure what consciousness is, try to explain logically some of these things.
Because they can be explained logically, and those explanations can be backed up with experimental data, with observational data, with mathematical equations, with computer simulations. None of that can be said of the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons.
When, the rules of logic exist objectively, and yet they are outside of time and matter and space.
Which is a philosophical curiosity that does not really have any relevance to the question of whether or not the data support the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons.
And so there are obviously things that things like science and secular materialism can't account for. And I have no qualms saying that supernatural beings exist in light of this very strange supernatural world that we live in.
So again, and for the final time, what's going on here is that Wes is completely unable to provide any actual data or evidence for the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons, and instead is going to engage in a little bit of an apologetic puppet show to make people who believe in supernatural beings like angels and demons feel like that belief is just as valid as the natural sciences. And the way to do that is not to, again, provide any evidence for the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons, but to tear down the natural sciences and to try to perform the confidence and conviction that both fields are on the same epistemological level, that there is a level playing field. And to do this, Wes has to ignore the fact that all of the things he brings up about how the world got to be the way that it is actually have very robust explanations, again, that are supported by experimental data, by observational data, by mathematical equations, by computer simulations, by all these things. But because those explanations don't fit with a supernatural worldview and what the Bible says, Wes is entirely ignoring them without comment and asserting that the natural sciences just don't have explanations for these things, which again is a laughable falsehood. But if the natural sciences don't have explanations, there are gaps in their epistemology. And so Wes is saying the natural sciences are comfortable in their worldview despite those gaps, despite not being able to account for these things. And since they're on the same epistemological level, you can be perfectly comfortable in your supernatural worldview, even though there's not just a gap, there is a complete and utter absence of explanations, data, evidence for the reality of supernatural beings like angels and demons. So it is an apologetic, rhetorical puppet show to try to make people feel like, oh, we're both on the same level. They're doing fine, so I guess I'm doing fine as well. And in this way, Wes can make people who believe in the reality of angels and demons feel validated in that belief without even providing any actual evidence for the reality of angels and demons. Again, it's an apologetic puppet show. And the fit for this video has been Wolverine in his correct uniform. Are all supernatural claims exempt from scientific investigation? Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and an awful lot of people sure seem to think so. Yesterday I made a video where I pointed out that there are no data that support the reality of supernatural beings like the Bible's angels and demons. And in fact, all the data that are available point pretty uniformly in the direction of the conclusion that the claims about angels and demons in the Bible are the products of sociocultural invention and curation. And therefore, it is not an assumption, but a conclusion that people draw that they don't exist. And that is not an unreasonable, an irrational, or an inappropriate conclusion. It is not the claim that science has demonstrated or proven the supernatural or supernatural agents don't exist. It is the claim that it is okay for people to draw the conclusion based on the overwhelming preponderance of evidence. And immediately I had a bunch of comments to the effect that I'm wrong because supernatural claims are exempt from scientific investigation. Here's one from YouTube, the bottom paragraph. A scientifically supported statement on the existence or non-existence of supernatural beings would be the natural sciences by definition are not equipped to study supernatural phenomenon. And then from Facebook, you are wrong on this one, Dan. There is no data in science for the supernatural because science cannot study it. Your methodological assumption that data shows something doesn't exist should change to there is no possible data for or against it. You are becoming dogmatic, which is ironic. Now, there are multiple problems with these claims. Regarding the second, for instance, I never made the claim that the data show something doesn't exist. I was countering the notion that that was the claim by pointing out the claim is actually no data support the existence of supernatural beings like the Bible's angels and demons. And since the data that do exist point in the other direction, it is not unreasonable or irrational to draw the conclusion that they don't exist. That is not claiming the data demonstrate they don't exist. So that's just one problem. The next problem is that these claims are entirely false, because even if we grant that something called the supernatural exists out there and it transcends the natural world, you cannot know about it until it interacts with the natural world. And if it interacts with the natural world, it then enters the purview of the natural sciences, of scientific investigation. And theoretically, it is testable. So the Bible's claims about angels and demons can be interrogated. There will be data if the supernatural has interacted with and changed the natural world. If someone claims a demon has possessed my daughter and is spinning her around on the ceiling and making her vomit pea soup and do unspeakable things with a crucifix, that is something that can be observed. Therefore, it can be verified. If the supernatural interacts with the natural world, it can theoretically be investigated, interrogated, falsified, or verified. Not all things supernatural, not the supernatural writ large, but those specific supernatural claims. That's what I'm talking about. And the point, again, is that all of the claims about angels and demons in the Bible are unsupported by any data whatsoever, and the data that do exist point in the other direction. And this raises another issue. An awful lot of people don't seem to be aware that there are entire fields of study that are investigating these things and have developed theoretical models for precisely how and why people develop ideas about angels and demons and ghosts and souls and spirits and deities, about how and why they develop rituals for interactions among each other and with angels and demons and ghosts and souls and spirits and deities, and also about how and why people have experiences that they interpret as spiritual experiences or interactions with angels and demons and ghosts and souls and spirits and deities. We have been studying these things for many years. In fact, the cognitive science of religion is one of my academic specializations. And there's a suite of final problems that are all related to the fact that it is profoundly problematic to say anything I claim about the supernatural is exempt from critical inquiry and investigation. You basically just want that to be this methodological trump card where you can say, ha ha, you're not allowed to question anything I claim. But this raises so many problems, in addition to the fact that it is laughably false. If you cannot question supernatural claims, then you cannot question the supernatural claims you don't like. An awful lot of people who try to hide behind the claim of exemption from scientific inquiry are quick to jump on scientific inquiry when it comes to the claims of religions and denominations and people they don't like. For instance, we have an awful lot of people drawing conclusions based on scientific inquiry about the Quran or about Joseph Smith or about witches. even as they hide behind the notion that the supernatural is not allowed to be investigated. So while I can understand the attractiveness of this rhetorical prophylaxis for supernatural claims, the notion that they are exempt from scientific inquiry and investigation because the supernatural exists apart from the natural world and therefore the purview of scientific investigation, it's just not true, because supernatural claims involve the insertion of the supernatural into the purview of scientific investigation. And what this means is that while I don't claim that science can prove the non-existence of the supernatural, and I don't presuppose that it doesn't exist, what I have repeatedly and consistently pointed out is that it is methodologically inadmissible, precisely because if you accept any supernatural claims, you have to accept all supernatural claims, because accepting a supernatural claim is suspending the imposition of critical inquiry, of the scientific method. And then to falsify somebody else's supernatural claim that you don't like is precisely to impose the methods and the theories of critical inquiry, of scientific investigation. And that's just purely arbitrary. So if you want to engage in scientific investigation, if you want to appeal to evidence, if you want to make the case for certain conclusions, the supernatural is inadmissible. And that is not a claim to have proven it is false or doesn't exist. It is to point out that methodologically you cannot deploy the supernatural in anything remotely approximating a consistent and a critical way. You either have to accept it all, or you cannot accept any of it within these discussions, within this discourse. And that is why these claims are self-defeating, are ridiculous, are not supported by any data. Of course, if the supernatural is interacting with the natural world, it is theoretically testable. Of course, we are allowed to study and to verify or falsify claims about the supernatural interacting with the natural world. And this just brings me back around to my original point. There are no data that support the reality of supernatural beings like the Bible's angels and demons, and the data that do exist point uniformly in the direction of the conclusion that the Bible's angels and demons are the product of sociocultural invention and curation. And the fit for this video has been
Yo, my Don. The Don Dada is here. Yo, listen. Hear a message to the people. Hear a message. Hold on there. I want to show this video right here. And people say I'm picking on Jabari. But I'm not. And I want you to guys to listen to this video right here. This is very important. Listen to this.
And so it's with this that we allow this ship to make its journey, just as our ancestors made its journey. And we know that what we do is right, and what we do is perfect, and what we do is blessed and sacred for our ancestors. Let us make our journey. This camera, you could do. It is at this moment that this boat of Ra, that this ship recognizing our ancestors, that this ship that recognizes our journey, that this ship recognizes our journey from these shores to Western African shores, to the Western shores of the United States.
All right. I have a problem with this. And you know why I have a problem with this? Look at what he just said. Remember all this time we was on Sonetta? Oh, I never said that we left from Egypt and came to West Africa and we're ancestors. Yes, you are saying that. That's exactly what I never noticed this before. You see, I'll be making fun and jokes all the time, but I've never noticed him. I know M. Fadishi teaches this. I think Professor Smalls, I know Shaka Amos teaches this, but he never admits to this.
our journey, that this ship recognizes our journey from these shores to Western African shores to the Western shores of the United States. We'll recognize
So
our
African
ancestors
Americans
will move forward.
So African Americans are Egyptians. That's what you're saying. Now watch this, family. He did respond. I actually deleted his comment because I don't think he gets my point. I'm not picking on you because I didn't show up to a debate like you said I did. You know, I don't even care about that. What I care about is lying to black people. I'm not gonna stand down and be a gatekeeper. And let me say this, by the way, to my brother Zion Lex. Zion Lex, I wish we had a better relationship. I wish we had a better relationship, because you know what? I have to apologize to him because I was being a gatekeeper for lying information spread by the conscious community. We were protected of Egypt. I remember in the argument about if they had slavery in Egypt, people were like running from it, except Ujao, that there was slavery in Egypt. Yes, there was, like, Egyptians can't enslave people. We are superior human beings. We are perfect. And I was being a gatekeeper for that bullshit. So let me apologize to the community for protecting lies in the name of blackness. It was a lie. There was slavery in Egypt. Every culture got effing slavery, yo. Why are we running around like there was no slavery in Egypt? Why are we protecting the bullshit? Look at this foolishness. This is what they're protecting. Black American man discovers he's a direct descendant of Egyptian pharaoh. Let me play a piece of this nonsense.
A Black American from Atlanta named Dexter just found out that he is a direct descendant of King Ramses III of Egypt.
You have such an interesting history. Please explain what made you do a DNA test, and then what happened when you found out all of a sudden that you're related to Ramses III?
That's a great question, Emily. Well, about a year and a half ago, I traveled to places like Israel, France, and different places like that. And so what happened was people would always ask a normal question, where are you from? And I would say the States, United States. And the people I saw in France would say, no, where are you really from? And I said, the States. That's all I know. And so that question stuck with me for a long time. And I just said, where am I actually from? I mean, I know I'm American, but where my DNA is from. And so I said, well, let me take my DNA test. It was a 23andMe DNA test. And I took the test and I was shocked when I saw the results. It came back and it showed that I was actually a direct descendant of the Pharaoh Ramses III. And I knew nothing of the pharaohs. Didn't know much about Egypt, but everything you hear about, Bible stories and things like that. So for me, it was a huge shock, and that's how I found out about it.
Wow. So obviously you took it deeper and deeper. You saw all of these synchronicities in looking at images of the pharaoh, how much you and even your brother look like them. And your own company has like an eye logo that looks like the eye of Horus, unconnected to any of this. So what did this open up for you in terms of your own knowledge and learning about this?
I remember I was actually laying in my bed on Christmas Day, 2021, and I was going through my 23andMe DNA test, and that's when I saw that I was connected to the Pharaoh Ramses III. And again, I knew nothing of this situation. And so I looked up a sculpture of the Pharaoh Ramses III, and when I saw the sculpture, I literally screamed. And my wife said, Dexter, what's wrong? I said, this guy from 4,000 years ago, we look just alike. And she said, Dexter, wait a minute. There were no pictures from 4,000 years ago. I said, no, his sculpture was the Pharaoh Ramses III. His sculpture, we look like identical twins. And she said, let me see it. She saw it. She said, oh, my goodness. And then I continued to go over different sculptures, looking online.
Family, does he look like this? Family, this is just ridiculous. Now, let me see what my big bro said. My big bro says, Faraji and Browder talking about angst found in Ghana and everybody sat quiet. No, remember, I was going to show that video too with Faraji and them beg Sonetti to tell me to take it down. Remember, I jumped on the panel, truth story, remember, and they kicked me off the panel. He said, bring me back up, but remove the slide. And I'm going to show the slide in a minute. I'm glad you Truth Story mentioned that. That boy in tune to Garfield today, man. That boy is in tune to the ancestors today. Now look at this family. This crazy man is saying he's related because 23andMe told him. Let me just show you guys why I put Jabari's name in the title. Stop lying to black people. It don't say that you are related. It don't say that you come directly from him or whatever. It says you share an ancient paternal lineage. But I'm going to tell you what happened, and I'm going to apologize to the community right now. I have recommended 23andMe to everybody as a first DNA test you should take. Right now, they're filed bankruptcy, and you can't delete your records. So now your records, anybody can get your records. Whoever buys 23andMe now have all your medical records, all your genetic marker, all your DNA is now in possession of whoever wins the battle in the bankruptcy court. And they have a problem with people deleting their stuff. But again, back to this guy now with the paternal lineage. It's just saying that you have an ancestor that's related. You have an ancestor in common. It don't say that you are related to him. You share an ancient paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramesses. He has the same paternal lineage. You have the same paternal lineage. Not that you and him related. It don't say you and him is cousins, although it's possible that y'all is cousins, yeah, technically speaking. But come on, not then you putting up pictures saying you look just like him. Are we crazy? But this is the conspiracy, though. The conspiracy is to drive African Americans. Let me get into my conspiracy hat for a minute, because y'all know Garfield ain't pseudo. But let me get pseudo for a minute. He said he's a direct descendant. Direct descendant. I'm saying to everybody right now, I'm saying to everybody, what would be the easiest way to get African Americans' DNA? Telling them that they're related to a pharaoh. And by the way, too, if you watch our previous show, the predictor that they use, the guys who did the test, is saying actually it may not have been E1B1A. Did y'all know that? Because the predictor that they used was not vast enough with enough information or samples to draw a conclusion. So now they're going to have to do it over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not connected to no damn Ramesses the 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. We are connected to Western Central Africans because Western Central Africans migrated to that region. This is how they got the sickle cell trait. But what's going to kill all of you guys is that because of the sickle cell trait, you have a protein on your red blood cells that's dormant because of the sickle cell trait, and 70% of African Americans is dormant because of that red blood cell protein not being active on your red blood cells. That's why when you go to the doctor, your T cells are low because of the genetically you not having that protein on the red blood cells that's active. I'm gonna get into that another time, but just know that we could prove 70% of African Americans are connected to West and Central Africa, and the rest of them seems to be connected to the R1B marker that has to do with the slave master. So we could prove that through science and through statistics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have some people that says they have the J marker, like my brother Sean from Mossy Warrior Clan and others, and say that, oh, because you have the J marker, you're Jewish. No, the J marker is not a Jewish marker. What happened is the majority of the people that takes it have a paternal line of J. Yes, it's just facts. J1 or J2. It's just facts. But that don't mean you're related to them directly. You could have gotten the J marker some other way. You could get it from an Arab, because Arabs have the same markers too. And we're more connected to Arabs and Muslims than actually Jews. Because Arabs took over West and Central Africa, parts of it, not all of it, parts of it. And they were intermingling. Oh, man, I tell you. Oh, man. This is sad. I want y'all, this is my DNA, by the way, too. And if anybody's curious about Garfield's DNA, this is my paternal group. This is where they say I migrated from. EM96, migrated into West Africa. Some of them migrated into South Africa and Southwest Africa. That's just 73,000 years ago. 17,000 years ago. They say I'm connected to some guy that was 10,000 years ago. 400 generations ago. Now, by the way, this person who has EM263.2 had the sickle cell trait because it developed in Africa. So you have this, the Benin haplotype, the Senegalese haplotype, and you have the Cameroon haplotype. Everybody in America has either one of those three. Even the Native Americans who intermingle with black people have one of those three. Even the Puerto Ricans and people who have sickle cell trait or the sickle cell marker, they got it from us coming over here. They didn't have DNA at one point to go by, so they had to go by different diseases and markers that we have, and sickle cell trait is one of them. It's also plentiful in Arabia and the Middle East because the people who migrated there, we made it with those people, and those people have the sickle cell trait. The people in India that live near lakes and rivers and whatever, they have the sickle cell trait too, but their trait is not in the Americas. The only trait that's in the Americas is the one that developed in West and Central Africa. This is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that African Americans, I'm going to say it again because there's a specific guy that listens to my show, 30 to 40% of us don't have it. All right. Let's have this talk right now. Boy, Infinite Minds, I'm not recommending no company no more. After what happened with 23andMe, I'm not recommending. You do your own studies and do what you want to do. Now, this is why I'm saying Jabari. What's the easiest way to promote that we come from Egypt? Is by pointing out Ramesses III. But if Ramesses III is really not E1B1A, that knocks everything out of the box. But if you notice, you can't find no other E1B1A sample during the Iron Age, during the Bronze Age. I don't know if recently they found E1B1B. And by the way, too, not because you have E1B1B and you're in America, that means you're connected to Israelites. We need to cut that out too. Not because you have the J marker or any marker that's connected to the ancient Near East. It don't mean you're from that region. Craziness. But that sickle cell trait, you know what it did? It did something to the red cells. A protein on the red blood cells is null and void. It's null. It's not activated because of the sickle cell trait. And it's in 70%. Now, one thing with my studies, that only can transfer from father and mother to child. If it's from father and mother, has to have the sickle cell trait or the protein red blood cells not activated. Both parents have to have it for it to be transferred to child. I'm in the middle of studying that. And if that's true, that means we can account for 70% of African Americans. We know they definitely come from West and Central Africa. But anyway, let me say this moving forward. Take a look at this right here. And I'm going to end the show at 1 o'clock today because Black American man, look at this right here. He discovers he's West and Central African, right? Watch, look at this now. They even got a video with Chief X and all that bullshit. Although Chief X possibly is right. So we're fighting African Americans are the biblical Egyptians, truth in the map. Look at this guy. I won't even play his video. He's just a weirdo. He looks like Shaka Amos. He's just a weirdo. Weirdos. Zoe Williams, black man related to Egypt's Ramesses III. It's all Africa. Yeah. Ancient Egyptians were black Africans. Facts. It's right here. All these people are promoting that black people are the Egyptians. No different than my brother Captain Tazaryach saying that we come from the tribe of Judah. Why are we so obsessed with Egypt? Because of Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben didn't know what he would have created. He created a monster. Are black Americans linked to ancient Egypt? They're going to bring out that DNA again. Ramesses III, where the person that actually did the testing has to do it over. You see, this is the problem. Look at this right here. Pharaoh Akhenaten and Asap Rocky, they look alike. Yeah. A black American discovered he's a direct descendant. Direct descendant family. See, here's the story again. Black man in America is a direct descendant of Pharaoh Ramesses who sailed to ancient America. So now, not only that, but he sailed to ancient America. And then they play the game, were the Egyptians black? Because the game is this, you know. If you play the game, ancient Egyptians were black, what they're doing is trying to say that we are those people. So what Jabari is doing and what Mfadishi is doing is trying to connect us through Western Central Africa. So what they do now is they'll say, oh, you come from here. This is you right here. This is where you come from. Hold on there. Garfield, please show the new sample. Biblical DNA, inbox it to me or email it to me and I'll show it. I don't have that in my slides. But let's take a look at this. This is the Ashanti oral tradition, right? And I want y'all to take a look at this. Remember when Faraji and the other PhD doctor was on, Jabari was on, Reggie was on. Reggie was fighting with them. Yeah, we Egyptians. Reggie was fighting. Yeah, Reggie, you was fighting with them. And me and you got into it. Now, these are the books that they use to try to prove this craziness, right? The essays on the superstitions and custom of the arts by Thomas Edward Bowditch and the divine kingship in Ghana and ancient Egypt. Now, Tudor Parfit is who put me onto this, and my brother Rawborn who pointed this out to me. Another such group was the Ashanti, an Akan people who lived principally in Ghana and the Ivory Coast. Look at the year now. In 1817, the resourceful and scholarly British traveler Thomas Edward Bowditch, the Edomite, the white man, the Caucasian man, as how anybody would style him, was sent by the African Company of Merchants on a mission to the Royal Ashanti Court. And by the way, the word is not Ashanti. It's Asante. The British. So all you stupid Hebrew Israelites who said Ashan is related to such and such in Genesis, and that's how you get the Ashanti. You are lying to yourself, and you're lying to the people. It's really Asante, A-S-A-N-T-E. The British is who made it Ashanti. It's an English word. Where he succeeded in securing British control over Ashanti coastal regions. He and his companions were the first, what it says, the first Europeans to traverse the rainforest into the Ashanti territory, and his adventures were described in Mission from Cape Coast Castle to Ashanti, which was first published in 1819. For Bowditch, the task of trying to construct a racial category into which to place the Ashanti was one based on looking for similarities between who? Europeans and the Ashanti. The construction depended more on sameness than difference. He was looking for similarities between the Ashanti and people like himself and found them. He commented, for instance, on the Grecian features and brilliant eyes of Ashanti women, set rather obliquely in the head. In its influential essay on the superstitions, custom, he described the cultural and linguistic connections and commonalities between the Ashanti and the Phoenicians, ancient Egyptians, and Ethiopians, and argued that the Ashanti people derive ultimately from the civilized Ethiopians of Herodotus. Similarly, noting that they were thought to be the most civil and well-bred people in Africa. Frederick Ratzel, the geographer, ethnographer, and the man who coined the term Lebensraum in the National Socialist sense, admiringly wrote of the Ashanti that they were a dominant race of conquerors and empire builders who had come from elsewhere and with their superior culture taking the land from lesser peoples. Okay, my bro sent that to me. All right, cool. All right, I got you, biblical DNA. Now, listen, this is white folks going into the land and telling us who these people are. All right? In Western Africa in general, the idea of an Israelite or Middle Eastern origin has been widely internalized. One example is the way in which the ideas of Western scholars and travelers with respect to the, again, it's white folks going there and telling us who we are. They're trying to compare us to Greeks and to Europeans. That's what they're trying to do. Because at that time, they're saying Egyptians may be white folks. All right. All right. So anyway, let's get to this part right here. A detailed and specifically Israelite theory with respect to the racial construct of the Ashanti emerged in a major study published in 1930 by Joseph Williams, a Jesuit ethnographer. You ever heard a Hebrew Israelite debate yet? And they talk about, and the Jesuits did this, but they like this Jesuit guy, Joseph J. Williams. He talked about the origins of the Ashanti have been internalized by at least some of the Ashanti and by other black Jews in Africa and the United States. Under British rule, without reading all of this, I'm just going to tell you, there was a guy by the name of Osei Agiman Prempeh, was enthroned as the Asantehene. If you notice, you see the word Asante, that's what they're called, Asantehene. And he rewrote the oral traditions and changed it. But what he's doing, he's using J.J. Williams' Hebrewisms of West Africa. In one text, look at this now. Look at this bottom right here. J.J. Williams' Hebrewisms of West Africa from Nile to Nigeria. One text that appears to provide some underpinning for Williams' argument is Bowditch's essay on the superstitions, customs, and acts common to the ancient Egyptian, Abyssinians, and Ashantis, which is cited extensively and followed very closely. Williams' book, which found in the language and customs of the Ashanti specific traces of ancient Israel, extended Bowditch's analysis, which essentially argued that the Ashanti came from Egypt and Ethiopia, to incorporate now ancient Israel more centrally. So now Bowditch's argument is that they came from Egypt and Ethiopia. This guy, J.J. Williams, the Jesuit, now says they come from Israel. A good deal of the first chapter of Asantehene's history is lifted directly without acknowledgement from Williams' book and makes the claim that the Ashanti probably originated in Canaan and had close connection with the Hebrews. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it was not in the oral tradition originally. Osei Agiman Prempeh, the guy that was in charge of the Asante, rewrote the first 2 chapters and added that in. He took it from J.J. Williams' book. This is when the Asante now is incorporating it fully. Whether they did before or not, he's now putting it in. Because a brother did come on the panel and point out to me that they may have said it before that, which I'm not going to talk with absolutes, because this is African oral traditions. You never want to talk in absolutes with these oral traditions. Never. Somebody's saying it. Why is he saying it? This is why I say I accept all oral traditions in context. And you're going to see why I say that shortly. Now, Prempeh is taken from J.J. Williams' book. J.J. Williams' book is taken from Bowditch, the European guy who went there in the 1800s trying to connect Asante to Europeans. Williams also maintained that elements of ancient Israelite customs and religious rituals had been brought to Asante areas by an immigrant elite. In a letter to the committee that had supervised the compilation of the book, Osei Agiman Prempeh noted, "I know it truly to be the fact that in the ancient past, Ashanti people lived by Jerusalem and removed little by little to live again to Egypt, then to here. When I talked to you of it, it was said that it was the fact that it was our noble families of Ashanti who had traveled from far, Overall, Osei Agiman Prempeh held to the idea of Israelite and Egyptian origins for the Ashanti and inserted this into his history. Listen to it. And inserted this into his history because it reinforced his view that the Ashanti elite was distinct from and superior to the people it ruled. Osei Agiman Prempeh II wanted the traditional power structures restored so that the royal family might resume its former all-powerful role in controlling Ashanti affairs. The Hamitic hypothesis, linked in this case to Israelite history with all its religious implications, provided irresistible to a Christian king keen to restore the traditional order. It happens with the Yoruba too, but I'm not going to go there, all right? I'm going to move on. David M. Goldberg, Black and Slave. Older scholarship accepted. Shout out to Rob Bonk because he put me onto this book. Are you guys following at this point? I don't even know if anybody following or running from the conversation. And I never heard Akan claim to come from Jerusalem. Well, the Asante did, and this guy is claiming it. And the Asante is a part of the Akan. All right, so let me see if there are any comments. All right. Mar Fleming, peace and love to you, man. Peace and love to you, man. All right, let me see if there's any. No, golf, you come from the tribe of King Tut. That was funny. All right, so I'm done with Faraji and Bauda. Now let's get to this right here. All the scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general view nowadays is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa in relative recent times. The concern of African peoples to claim origins from the Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Now let's get to Ghana. This is what I brought up on when them dudes was talking about the Yoruba. Actually, not this part. I brought up the Yoruba. All right, let me get this guy right here. Let me get him. All right. The claim of origins in the East goes beyond the Yoruba and Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claim descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why are Ghana people claiming that they come from the fourth successor of Muhammad? Why are they doing that? And why aren't African Americans saying that? Because the ones who are pushing the narrative for Egypt don't want you to know that they push that they come from Arabia or from the Muslims. Should we accept this oral tradition? This is why I say I accept all oral traditions in context. The reason why they are claiming to come from Islam, because Islam was predominant over there. So ladies and gentlemen, look at this right here, which claim descent from two companions of Muhammad, and the royal dynasty in Borno, which claim descent from Saif ibn Di Yazan, who although living before the time of Muhammad, can be thought of as a proto-Islamic era as a defender of Mecca against Christian imperialism. The Saharan Kunta people trace their descent to Uqba ibn Nafi. Why? So too the Berbers, who claim a Canaanite or Yemenite ancestry. The genealogical claim made by virtually every significant Arabic and Berber-speaking noble group in the Sahel invoke an Arab-Muslim origin. Why? Murray Lass writes to me, in the 1960s, my professor and I did a survey and account of all the peoples in West Africa for whom there were traditions, of all the people that claimed a Middle Eastern origin, and when we reached 43, we called it a day. More such stories are coming up almost every year. The explanation given for these genealogies that they reflect the inhabitants' desire family to relate themselves to what was seen as prestigious world civilization. Makes sense for the genealogies that are traced to Muslim or proto-Muslim heroes. But how can they explain the tradition that consider the ancient ancestors to have been Canaan, who is not considered to be the forefather of the Muslims? The Arabs trace their genealogy to Shem, not to Canaan. The answer seems to lie in the common Muslim tradition examined above, which goes back to the 7th century, that Canaan was the ancestor of the Cushites and other dark-skinned African peoples. It does not seem unreasonable to conclude that this tradition influenced some of the inhabitants of West Africa as Islam moved westward into the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it again. These people want to be connected. It's not that it's true, but they want to be connected to some sort of greatness. There's no shame in that. There's no shame in that game. All right? There's absolutely no shame in that game. Damn, I wish you had an iPhone, my brother. I would have brought that up right now. So now, the 23andMe conspiracy, Jabari is a part of it. It's all to point us to Kemet as African Americans so that they could grab our DNA and do whatever it is. So you gonna be lined up. They're gonna say you Garfield slides are suspect. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Let me get it. Hey, anybody want to jump on the panel? Let's talk about Shannon Sharpe for a minute, man. Let's talk about Shannon Sharpe. One of the things that's wrong with the whole Shannon Sharpe thing, let me put this video up of of Shaka Amos. I want to show you something. This is the issue with the whole stuff with that. I'm gonna show y'all right now. Let me show Shaka Amos. The reason why I put this on my YouTube and all my channels, I don't think people get it.
You feel me? Give a fuck about your threats. The fucking hater crowd coming in with their little beta males. This some bullshit and Cain Dillinger. Y'all a bunch of, man, look, nigga. Just stay anonymous. The best fucking thing you could ever do. Fuck out of here. Motherfuckers think I'm worried about something. What the fuck I look like being worried about these bitches? These bitches, they like clowns. They're like the Three Stooges tripping over each other. They really are. You're like the fucking Three Stooges. Mika, eat a dick, bitch. They knew better. Why the fuck they fucking each other's man?
Oh, you want to know why I go in on Shaka Amos? Because I have a pet peeve for when black men call black women bitches. I have a pet peeve for that. And Mika is my sister. I will back her till the day I die. That's my sister for life. So I'm telling you, you disrespecting Mika because she's pointing out that you sleeping with a daughter of a daughter that you knew from she was 10 years old. So you were like grooming her to be your woman. How do you end up sleeping with the daughter who you knew from she was 10? That means you was looking at her when she was 10. Like when she get old, I'm a slapper. And it's alleged that you slept with her when she was 16 or 15 or whatever, allegedly. It's not Garfield talking. Now, the reason why Shannon Sharpe, the problem with Shannon Sharpe is most of y'all Negroes never liked Shannon Sharpe from the jump. So all of a sudden, because it's a white woman, you have an issue. My issue is not that it's a white woman. My issue is the problem older men have that they want to sleep with these young chicks. That's what I'm looking at. That's why I'm bringing up this Negro right now. Look at this.
Bitch, why you don't pose it that way? Fuck you, hoe. Die. Talking about I knew better. Fuck out of here. Them bitches with that pussy ain't got no brain? Is that it? I got to take responsibility for their pussy? Is that it? Fuck you, hoe. I got to take responsibility for their pussy? Huh? Is that what you telling me? I got to take responsibility for what Nicole does with her pussy and what her daughter does with her pussy. It's my responsibility. Fuck out of here. Sick bitches. These bitches are mentally ill. Fuck out of my fucking... Fuck out of here. You done. Fuck out of here. I fucked other mother daughters. You don't see them saying no shit like this all over the internet?
You heard him? I fuck other mother daughters. They not saying stuff on it. What? Yo, listen, I'm not even going to put my brother on blast, but I remember he talking to a brother that we know, and he was saying to the brother he's in trouble because of some girl at the time. This was when we just got in the community. He always got some issues with the females and underage. I don't know if he's trying to prove he's not a homosexual by sleeping with a lot of women and end up sleeping with young girls. I don't know what the issue is, but it's a damn shame. That's all I got to say. It's a damn shame. And this is our one of the leading scholars that's supposed to represent black people in the conscious community. Polite in jail for some freaky, crazy shit. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do a video this week showing the prosecutor saying that they had cum stains all over the girl's face. And you still want to back Polite. Oh, I'm going to wait until... Wait until what, nigga? What are you waiting for? This is your time to shine and stand up as a man. How would a prosecutor, if a prosecutor come and say, Garfield X, Y, Z, or anybody X, Y, Z, bruh, don't fuck with me again. Don't fuck with me. Fuck Garfield. Fuck the community. That's crazy. How you gonna hear that the nigga got cum stains on a child's face? And you gonna be like, they're trying to say, We are the worst of the worst. I'm telling you, we are the best community and the worst at the same time. We are one of the best communities culturally because everybody's trying to be African American. All my Jamaican people trying to be African American. Yeah, Jamaicans. Yeah, I see y'all with y'all pants off y'all ass and changing the music to fit hip hop, stealing ideas from African Americans. Yes, you are, my Jamaican family. Yes, you are. I see it in the music. Y'all a bunch of thieves when it comes to the African American culture. But don't steal the sick part. The sick part is y'all niggas like young girls. Jamaican men too. We're not leaving y'all off the hook of this crazy shit. So when Shannon Sharpe, let me finish playing this video. Doesn't show how crazy this motherfucker is. Right here.
Get the fuck out of here. You done. Fuck out of here. I fucked other mother daughters. You don't see them saying no shit like this all over the internet. You don't see them fucking trying to destroy my name. Because you know why? Because they wasn't trying to be stars. These bitches are still trying to be stars. That's what y'all don't realize. She's mad because I stopped putting her in my music videos. The few music videos I did do with her, I started taking them down. And then they saw me get married to somebody who the fuck.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question, right? With Shannon Sharpe. Anybody want to jump in on the Shannon Sharpe conversation? The conversation with Shannon Sharpe is simple. It is very simple. Shannon Sharpe was sleeping with this girl a couple years ago. How many years? And she's now 19? That means he was sleeping with her from she was probably 17. How many years was he sleeping with this girl? How many years? How old is she? Isn't she like 20 or 19? And he knew her for like 2 years? So that means he was sleeping with her from she was 18, before she was 18. She's not 19 now. How old is she now, my brother? Bilu. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, she's 23 now. Okay. All right. Let me double check. Let me Google Shannon Sharpe victim. Shannon Sharpe. Victim. Let me put victim in. Sorry, Shannon. I got to put the victim age. Shannon Sharpe victim age. Oh, she was 19 when they started to talk. Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. How old is Shannon Sharpe? How old is Shannon Sharpe? Shannon Sharpe, age. Shannon Sharpe is 56 years old. That could be his goddamn granddaughter. That could have been his granddaughter. That could have been his damn granddaughter, yo. What is he doing with her? You see, we're looking at it as a black-white issue. This is a female. We already have the white supremacist ideas of superiority over us and everything. We already have that again. That ain't going nowhere. White supremacy is an idea. Now, look at me, Garfield. I'm 50 years old, and I'm going to deal with a 19-year-old, younger than my youngest daughter. My youngest daughter is 20, about to be 21. Now, are you telling me I'm going to mess with a girl? Look at this freaky ass Jamaican nigga right here. Is she illegal? If she's legal, what is the problem? Nigga, get out of here with them talk. You're one of them niggas we got to keep an eye on. We got to keep an eye on niggas like you that say that it's not a problem because it's legal. The issue here is family. The issue here is family. What Shannon Sharpe is doing is allowed in every religion, right? Right, Rasta TV? He's allowed in Christianity to have sex with her. He's allowed in Judaism. He's allowed in Islam, as long as they're married, right? So what in all the religions, it's fine. So what he's doing is not illegal. In no religion are not illegal. But where is the common sense of saying, hey, I shouldn't sleep with girls younger than my daughters? Where is the person stepping out saying, yo, bro, Unc, you got a problem? How? And it's not, hey, don't pull the Umar Johns all of a sudden. He was a Mr. Snow Bunny, right, Obi? He was Mr. Snow Bunny. All of a sudden now you defending Shannon and saying it's a shakedown. I don't care if it's a shakedown. It's about men having a problem having sex with young girls. It's a problem in our community. We need to address that. F the black-white issue right now. F that. That's a given. Of course she being white is a problem. It's just like the coach for Boston when he slept with a girl. What was wrong with him having sex with a woman the minute he was calling her a B word? Bitch, don't call my phone. The coach, Umelka, whatever his name is, that coach Houston Rockets right now. Why did he lose his job for fucking a white woman? Why? Why did he lose his job? He wasn't doing nothing wrong. I'm cheating on my wife. That's my business. It's crazy. What's up, Obi? Before you go, Al Morris, what's on your mind, Al Morris? Before you go, Obi, Al Morris, it's on you, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you, bro. What's on your mind?
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you said that, okay, say I'm 46 years old, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And now I experienced this, like I said, when I first talked to a woman from Kenya. Now I was talking to a young lady from Kenya, and she said it for whatever that situation was about. She was engaged to a man who was 46 years old, right, at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, listen, if I meet a woman, if I'm 50, and I meet a woman that's 20 years old, 19, 20 or whatever, but it's just about making you my wife. So meaning I'm gonna go to your family, I'm gonna pay the dowry. I'm not gonna try to F on you before marriage. I'm gonna really marry you, really give you a home, really make you a wife through legal paperwork. Do you find that to be a moral issue with the man that does it in that way?
From a religious perspective, Elijah Muhammad, right? He had a program where he says half your age plus 7. So if you're 20 years old,
yes,
half your age is 10 plus 7 would make you 17. If you're 50, half your age is 25 plus 7, 32. It makes sense to do it that way. But as far as men, I see men having sex with underage women all the time, bro. It's a problem in our community. When I'm Jamaican, it's horrible in the Jamaican community. It's horrible in the African American community. It's horrible in the Latino community. Men like having sex with underage girls. That girl is not underage, but it's just the thing about a bigger grown man dealing with a younger girl. It's a problem. Now, it's not morally incorrect, but he has to make a decision as a man of talking to these young girls who are much younger than him. He has a problem.
So okay, I agree. I like I said, and I don't know if you remember me. I caught a show. I'm a big fan of Elijah Muhammad, but the young wife, the quote unquote young wife thing is always going to be a question on his character. But my thing I'm saying is like, okay, if you marry this person, like if I'm talk to women from different countries, and I'd be like, well, hey, you talk to a man that old? They'd be like, yeah, and I'd be like, But my thing is, if you marry this woman, like if now what Shannon Sharpe might have been doing, or you using these underage girls in that way as a piece of pee or as a 304.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, but I'm saying if you was to go and you say, well, I'm gonna give your family the dowry, and I'm gonna do it according to your culture. I'm not gonna try to lay it with you before marriage. I'm not gonna try to do any of that usually for your body in that way before the marriage. But we're gonna actually get married and do it the legal way. So do you have an issue with that? We're gonna do the actual moral way, as in waiting for marriage. Why do we go to physical and actually making her your wife?
Bro, we can't hear you. So I'm gonna mute you for a little bit. Something's wrong with your signal. Obi, go ahead, Obi. In the meantime, go ahead, bro.
Wagwan, brethren. Yeah, so what going on with Shannon Sharpe, right? Because what I'm trying to understand is, I think you just kind of cleared it up as far as with the standpoint of, I guess you're saying a grown man at his age, messing with the girl, but well, we cleared up she wasn't underage, but she was like real young, 19. I think that, because you got to look at world culture, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's from a morale standpoint, this whole thing of, someone dating someone that younger than them, it just naturally. Now, what you said was a unique as far as having a daughter that age, but every man might not have a daughter that age. So when they see an attractive woman who they are attracted to, that's of age, of a legal age, they're not looking at it at that morale standpoint of that.
Right. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
But I you know what too? Maybe because I'm looking at it this way. I am not attracted to a 19-year-old. There's actually nothing that I have in common with a 19-year-old I would want to discuss with a 19-year-old, unless they're trying to get their credit fixed or something. There's nothing for me to talk to a 19. There's nothing in common. The shows I watch, Law and Order, Persons of Interest, the shows I watch, the TV shows, there's nothing in common I have with a 19-year-old. There's no reason why I would be attracted, but that's me. I've always liked older women. That's just me. But the point is, I don't see with him, I think it sheds light on our issues within our community of men, older men. Maybe it's a situation he has money, so he feels he has power. So what he basically did was he jeopardized his entire legacy because he's making more money now than when he was a football player. Millions of dollars, a new $100 million contract, all this stuff. So he offered her $10 million. I heard. I don't know how true that is. But the truth of the matter is, family, he put himself in that position. And when since have we, as a community overall, been a Shannon Sharpe fan? We never liked Shannon Sharpe.
Okay.
We never liked Shannon Sharpe. And when I say we, I'm talking about the majority of black folks, where they come from Jamaica, FBA, ADOS, where they from the Caribbean. We never liked Shannon Sharpe because one, he's always with white women, and he's suspect as far as being gay. And as far as this too,
hey, I'm gonna jump out and come back in. I can't even hear.
Okay. As far as there's actually a video out. Let me get this video out by this guy right here, because he's a comedian with this stuff right here. Hold on one second. I don't know if I can find this video real quick with this guy. Cause this guy here funny. Y'all don't like my dude, but I'm gonna add you in a second, bro. Let me O'Shea Jackson. Let me get O'Shea real quick. Hold on one second. Shannon Sharpe ain't giving me no money. He ain't got nothing to do with me. He ain't did nothing. I'm sure he's giving back to the community some way, somehow. But he doesn't affect me directly. As far as being a black man who has succeeded in social media and in media to show a black face, I'm glad he's a dude that's here. But what is really, I'm not a fan. He makes a lot of sense when he talks sometimes. But I was never a Shannon Sharpe fan. Never. I'm not going to be a fan of him because the girl is white. I'm not going to be a fan now. No, I'm not. You're still a snow bunny hopper. So what? That's his. And by the way, too, I don't have a problem if that's his choice. That's him. But when since Shannon Sharpe been black? Since when?
The last week for Shannon Sharpe has had its ups and downs. He was about to sign a $100 million podcast deal in a few months, to possibly owing $50 million to Gabrielle Zuniga, a 20-year-old OnlyFans model, in which he was.
For 2 months, they were in conversation about Gabby here. A 19-year-old that he had met at the gym that was an OnlyFans star that had agreed, he paid to perform his kinks, his fetishes. So everything that Gabby was saying in the text message, like, I want a big black baby. I want a big black. I want you to choke me, daddy. Choke me, N-word. She was being paid to do that. That was a job. That was a job. Y'all always be out here, black women capping for a man that wouldn't even spit on y'all if y'all was on fire. Wouldn't even buy you a bus pass to go home. But Gabby gets what she wants because Gabby takes it in the butt.
Facts.
Gabby puts it in his butt.
Oh man.
As much as people have been talking about this Gabriella Zuniga situation, we'd like to focus our attention on something else. That is Shannon Sharpe. And while he does have a preference for the doo-doo shoot, he also may have a preference someplace else with men. Every now and then, a person can have a Freudian slip. It's possible. It's just, or is it on purpose?
He want to date younger men. They killed me. What they said, what the women's, what?
Huh?
Now, again, a lot of people have been saying this is hearsay about Shannon Sharpe's sexuality, that he loves women. And those of you who are critical of Shannon Sharpe, you're a hater. I mean, when I criticize Shannon Sharpe, I've heard that because you know what? Uncle Shay Shay has his fans and his fan base. And like I said, Shannon Sharpe is very successful, and I'm not the person to take that away from him. But we must look at the facts and at the allegations against Mr. Shannon Sharpe, because the OnlyFans model thing has just come up, but the sexuality has always been there. Let's examine the beef that he had with Shaquille O'Neal. And we won't talk about what the beef was about. Let's talk about the clapback that Shaquille O'Neal gave towards Shannon Sharpe. He says here, "You took me sticking up Shy, which is Shy Gorgeous. Ask jealousy of Joker. Shows how smart you are and how you say anything to get clicks. So here's some clickbait for you. If you ain't ranked in the top 10 of your professions, then you can't speak on me. Don't forget, I know what you did to get to where you at." So again, don't forget, I know what you did to get to where you at. Now, this is information that is also interesting. What is Shaquille O'Neal trying to imply when he says this? Let's go back to the relationship that Shannon Sharpe had with his former stylist, the Hollywood Moogler. Now, the Hollywood Moogler is a stylist that has exposed men in the past for being gay. And Shannon Sharpe didn't have any problems with hiring the Hollywood Moogler, simply because I guess the Hollywood Moogler was good. And hey, Hollywood Moogler was going everywhere with Shannon Sharpe, to the games, to Paris, out of the country, you name it. And they had a good relationship. It's so much so that they had no problems texting. If you look at this text message here, it's very clearly, "Are you cool with Nicole?" He writes, "No, F no." Hollywood Moogler says, "Okay, cool." Now, he didn't ask for any of this information, but here's what Shannon Sharpe said. "To be honest, Hollywood, I ain't cool with many people. Most are full of ish, so I stay to myself." Yeah, you stay to yourself, spending money with white OnlyFans models, putting your you-know-what in their cheeks with no condom. That's what you're doing. You need to wipe yourself off, if you know what I'm saying. I bet your pee be stinking.
Got him.
Hollywood Moogler replies, "Okay, cool. Now I know. But wait, there's more. I don't F with anyone at work except the two you met. Don't F with Lil Wayne, Matt Barnes, Rich Paul, Shady McCoy, Joy, OBJ, Stephon Diggs, T.O., Brandon Marshall, Shaq." Oh, stop the show. Shaq? Now, remember, we just read that message that Shaq put up. Coach Prime? Well, stop the show. Wait a minute, bro. You didn't have Coach Prime on your show. You didn't been to the Colorado games, and you don't mess with Coach Prime, but you fake because you didn't pull up at his games. And you didn't have Coach Prime on Nightcap. But we all know people fake. Strahan, Ocho Cinco, Eddie George, Ray Lewis, I'm cordial. That's it. Stop the show. Now, Ray Lewis helped you win a Super Bowl, bro. I mean, you did it good on that playoff stint yourself. But and you see Hollywood Moogler like, "Okay, cool." In other words, listen, Jigro, I didn't need to know all of that. I didn't even know all of that. Like, why is it like you need to tell me all of this? What's just funny? Rewind. Go back up to Rich Paul. Shannon Sharpe is a LeBron James lover. He will do anything for LeBron. He might even sell his cheeks for LeBron. And we all know that Rich Paul is his agent, but he don't like Rich Paul. Oh, let's go back and finish the text message. I'm sorry about that. I got distracted. At the end, he goes, "Don't F with Ed Reed." Stop the show. Which is crazy because Ed Reed helped you win a Super Bowl. And you're mad at Ed Reed. But wait a minute, there's more. It also makes sense when Matt Barnes dropped this particular audio.
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, again, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around. So, just want to put that out there. Hey, quiet. Hey, he said, please, please, please keep it quiet. He said that Shannon did some shit back to him a while back, and he's been off him. So that's why he's doing this. But please, please, please keep his name quiet.
So Matt Barnes drops this particular audio. He says this, listen, any of you guys got any dirt on Uncle Shay Shay, I would love to have it, because Shaq wants to destroy Uncle Shay Shay. And if you can look at text message, it's clear that Matt Barnes and Shaquille O'Neal are on the list. But guess who wasn't on the list? The Hollywood Bumbler. Because guess what, Uncle Shay Shay? Allegedly, Tasha K has you saying this.
Hollywood, what you gonna do with this?
Hold on, bro.
Hollywood, what you gonna do with this?
Hold on, bro. bro. That sounded very, very suspect. Like, hey, Mugler, how does that look? Like, what kind of person talks to another heterosexual man like that? I mean, well, obviously we know that he's gay, but you're not supposed to be gay, but you're asking this man, how does that look? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he says, Hollywood, what you gonna do with this? I don't know. It just sounds like very sexual. It sounds extremely not, like I would never say that to a guy. But since you want to put it out there, sure. I think it's excellent that you want to put that out there. I mean, live your life, bro. And this is what people are really talking about when dealing with Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe is indeed gay, and his behavior shows that he is. And he's also in the race place with white women, and he's particularly down bad. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy Shadeur Jackson back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity John. Appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell.
Yeah, family. Yep, family. Listen, people talking about how Matt Barnes playing Wendy Williams. Men gossip more than women. Don't fall for it. Men gossip more than women. More than women. All them people in the audience is men. Men. Let me see what else I need to touch on right here.
But do you think that should be public though?
That what he did?
That's where I think that
some dudes are just weirdos. And weirdos, I do believe they've always said Shannon Sharpe is a homo. They've always said that about him.
I just started hearing this like recently once he started gaining success when he was on Fox. But all them other years when he was a football player and when he was even on CBS, nobody never said, I never heard that, you know what I mean, until within the past few years when he got more visible. And then maybe because the way he dresses, but
nah, he's going to basketball game with his hairdresser. And why do you need a hairdresser anyway? Come on, man. And the dude is known for sleeping with folks. Come on, man. You hanging out with this dude everywhere you go. Come on, man. That's suspect, bro. That's suspect. I'm not one for gossip, but yes, I am. But at the end of the day,
no, I get it. Like the locker room talk and barbershop. I'm just saying, for a male, it does come off feminine trait with the gossip in a public. It's a different way. Like women don't care. Women will gossip out in public. Be loud about it. I think men putting other men out as far as like, and then we don't even know if that stuff is true. It sounds like it's all speculation.
Yeah, I mean, most of gossip is speculation because we're not there with a videotape. It's just that nowadays people are getting sued for that shit. So when you make a statement like that, and that dude comes out and say, "Hey, you know what? X, Y, and Z." I'm saying that sometimes things are. You look at things and you say to yourself, "Yo, is this true, though? I can't believe this is true." I mean,
because it's not really fair to Sharpe because he's addressed it, and what he said is, he said, "Hey, look, I have kids, you know, and
don't mean
I
nothing.
don't."
King James got his wife pregnant 9 times. Don't mean nothing.
No, what I'm saying is he said he has kids and he doesn't want to be addressing that stuff in public, drawing attention to it. So he doesn't really speak about it. That's what he said. So it's, you know, but he did, you know, and he said, you know, he's not, kind of like how Dwight Howard, you know what I'm saying, kind of said the same thing. Whereas there was more evidence towards a guy like Dwight Howard. Most of those people, what people say about Shannon Sharpe is just like, it's speculative. That's why I think it's kind of unfair. Of course, like men of his status, they should, you know, protect themselves better. But once you get into that status, though, you got to think the culture there. A lot of those guys, they get away with doing stuff. It does feel like African American men, when they reach that status, they get targeted. That's what I see because
I'm getting out of that targeted conversation. I'm telling you, everything. Listen, why is it only certain men? I've never heard Jay-Z's gay. I've never heard Kevin.
But he got a rape accusation though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the gay part. I'm talking about the gay part. He had a rape.
He has been.
Hold on. They had the rape.
He's been accused though. Jay-Z has been accused.
Hold on. They had the rape allegation, right, with him, and it was thrown out of court.
I'm talking about gay too. He's been accused of. People have said it. Now it doesn't mean that it's true, but just because you have the accusation, that can just be out of thin air.
I don't know. Some people, right? I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna say this. I'm listen. White supremacy exists, so there's always a racial element. That's a given. And if people don't realize that by now, they must live in the wrong world. Everything is based on race because there's one for racism to survive. The idea have to survive, and you can't kill the idea. So there'll always be systematic white supremacy or racism in general. Always, that's a given. I don't want nobody to tell me, Garfield, you are not going to you can't receive this because, or this happened because of racism. Of course, there's a racial element, and we're gonna get to that in a second with Shedeur when we talk about Shedeur. But I'm saying to you right now with this. Let me turn this in. Go ahead, Shaka. Yeah. It's just like I never started a rumor that Shaka Amos might be homosexual. Everybody that saw the post say, "Yo, he's always been suspect to me." Everybody says that. That's not me. I never made that up. Garfield never made that up. But just the fact that he had this situation with this young girl and he decided to blame my friend Mika, like she's the reason why people are making the allegations. It got something to do with you, bro. It got something to do with you. Look at this dude.
They said who he wasn't. They didn't say who he was. They said who he wasn't.
All right. That's good. I think they're doing it for a different reason.
Of course they are, but
I'm doing it because
yeah, but of course it's for different reasons.
Who does that?
Second.
Who does that?
They're the basis of the discussion. Now, second.
And who pushes the cup towards your face? Like who does that?
They said who he wasn't.
Nobody in the chat does that.
That's
nobody.
Good.
Nobody I know does that.
I'm doing it because
now, does this mean he's a homosexual? No, he's very weird. Look at that. Who does that?
They're the basis of the discussion. Now, second.
I don't know, man. I don't know. All I'm saying, family, I'm not saying the guy is a homosexual because I've never seen him with a man. The allegation was made he had a gay roommate
because he used to rent his apartment out to college people. So people saying that, oh, a gay guy was there, da 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 da. I'm not renting my apartment to nobody gay while I'm living here. That's just not happening. He must know why he did that. But I'm just saying though, I'm not saying Shaka Amos is a homosexual, but he's very sus. That's all I am saying. I'm not gonna put that on nobody because I've never seen him with a man or whatever. But he forcefully tries to act like he likes every woman around him. Usually men that do that is trying to prove a point. I'm not gay. I love women. Why do you need to prove that? You don't need to prove that. You say you're a heterosexual man. That's it. Patrick Kennedy.
I think you mean like he has effeminate mannerisms about himself. He's kind of
yes.
You know, Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know Shaka Amos personally, but I have seen his videos over the years, and sometimes he might have a little lip stuff on his lips. You know, he has little effeminate things that you would kind of, look at him like that. You know, I don't think that's far fetched. It's certain men that's just like that. Just have a feminine type of way about him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know the guy. Is he a conscious person?
He's part of the conscious community, yeah, so-called conscious community, yeah.
Well, so this has been long going, or is this something that?
Yeah. Nobody. I mean, he had taken some time off because the allegation about him sleeping with the girl, the mother, and all that stuff had been public and circulating. Even when I found out about it, I sent it to a brother in the Dagger Squad, and he's like, the girl lying. You see, that's another thing too. Why do we believe in these human beings? We don't know these people from nowhere at all. If you hear an allegation about Garfield, all I'm gonna say to you is, look at it. If you believe or don't believe, that's up to you. But don't say you don't believe because I'm popular or you know me on YouTube. That should not be a reason for you to not believe. With Polite, I thought, I'm gonna be 100%. I thought Polite was gonna get off. I thought he was gonna work out a deal because he's conned his way out of many situations. I thought he was gonna con his way out of this one. And I think the woman, shout out to the mother because she stood up and she stood by her daughter. I wish every male and female parent, sometimes the mother's boyfriend, in a lot of these stories that we hear about girls being abused, the woman's boyfriend is always abusing. 99% of the Jamaican women I have dealt with in my life were abused physically by men who were their mother's boyfriend or a relative. And I'm not kidding. Every woman, this girl I used to deal with back in the days, Allerton Avenue days, when I used to hang out at the barbershop, this chick, she was hot. She's like, this dude, her boyfriend was 30 something and she was 13. He broke her virginity. That's the type of stuff that's going on in our communities, and it's nothing. It's nothing.
So, Garfield, let me ask you.
But I did that. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you two things then. So, addressing what you just said about that, right? Because I'm Caribbean as well. You know what I'm saying? So, I know about the culture, and as far as some of the things that just happen within it that I guess we just grow up and seeing it and just taking it as that's just how it is. Now, when there's behaviors like that within the culture, how are we? Because it sounds like we understand morally that that's not correct, but it seems like the same behaviors they're passed on to generations. Now, how does that change? Because it sounds like we can't just keep saying that, it's morally wrong, whereas the culture accepts it. Where does the change happen as far as we don't even have to say the entire Black community, just I guess the subcultures within it. You have Jamaica, you have different parts of the diaspora that's all through the Caribbean and the Americas and all over, other countries as well. How does that change? Because people just saying that, I guess when someone gets caught, or it gets uncovered, then it becomes, that's morally wrong. But everyone in the community saw it. Maybe you didn't see the actual action, but like you said, you observe certain things and you kind of put, the things together. Like if you think someone is gay, you don't see them with a man, but you see the mannerisms and stuff like that. Well, you see the behaviors with a young woman, a young girl, and an older man, and the community is not, doing anything about it, these things are just going to get passed on to the next generation. And then we can lean on once they get uncovered or, and say, oh, why was he doing that? Why? But everybody was sitting around watching it.
Yeah, I think what happened is we get, you see, with Polite is kind of different than Shaka. With Polite, he was in Hollywood acting all Hollywood, borrowing cars and act like it's his car and all that stuff. I don't know how he conned his way into Floyd Mayweather's life, but that boy is a piece of. He's the real Brooklyn Magic. He's the epitome of Brooklyn Magic. And what happened is we like people that show off and shine. So when you act like you have more than broke people, they start looking at you as a model. Like, yo, I want to be like him. So he's the superstar in the conscious community eyes because he's hanging around all these stars and these women. So they're like, yo, you with Polite? He's at the boxing match with the big time boxers, hanging out with Floyd Mayweather. So we think this dude is that nigga. He made it now. He Hollywood now. So we start looking up to him. But again, Hollywood has always been known for people doing crazy, nasty shit. So at the end of the day, I don't know, man. I don't know. I never said that I saw him doing that to a young girl. I never said. I would be lying if I said that.
But people, I bet you, people did. I'm not saying they saw him in the act. I'm just saying if for people, I don't know this person, so I don't know if there's a lot of people making this accusation, if it's collectively or it's just a couple people, and then people are.
Are you talking about Shaka? Are you talking about
Shaka?
No, with Shaka, there's a few things out there with young girls. So I mean, I don't know what's true or what's not true. There's no case brought against him that I know of. I think originally when I heard about it, there was a case, but I don't know if it went to the courts or whatever. Let me do this. Israel Bound, you just came in, bro. You want to add to the conversation, or you just coming to hang out with your brother?
Hey, can I say one thing about Polite though.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I still don't think that. Not again. I don't know what his lawyer was able to plead out, but I think that him not really having to register, he still kind of got away with more than he should. Because if you look
who's that? You talking about Polite?
Yeah, because he don't have to register.
I can't confirm or deny that. I don't know, but
that could be looked up. That could all be looked up. You know what I mean? Like as far as that, like he's not gonna have to after he does his time, he's not gonna have to register. So that's why I would say he kind of really still got over. I mean, you got to go do that time. But it's when you walk your time off and he walk his parole off, walk his tail off. He could put that in the past. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's neither here nor there. I just hope that young lady can move on from there.
All right, cool. Shout out to you, hey, Israel Bound. Peace and love, bro. Welcome as usual. I don't know.
And Garfo too. I also wanted to ask you as far as like with this accusation stuff. If you were in that position, right? Someone come up making an accusation about you, are you going to jump out in front of it and
of course always
and address it?
Always. Even
but here's the thing though. You can do that, but you're gonna if it's false, completely false, you're gonna go out your way to prove to the public opinion, or are you just gonna address it?
The public opinion is always facts, bro. It's all right.
Nah.
Yeah, all right. Watch this. One thing Shannon Sharpe did do though. Shannon Sharpe went out in public and addressed it. And the thing is, I actually believe Shannon Sharpe in this situation. As much as I say that I'm not a fan of his, I actually believe this crazy Negro. I think he's just a crazy, weird, freaky ass nigga. That's what it is. And what happened is he's getting shakedown. Because
that's what's going on. That's what's happening.
That's what's going on. So don't think because I said one thing, but he had to come out ahead of it because remember he worked for ESPN. He ain't never gonna work for ESPN again.
He an old horny dude. He pops them pills. He even advertised that shit. He talk. He's an old horny dude. That don't mean, like I said, I believe that that shit just went left. and she's trying to shake him down. But I don't believe that the court of public opinion is always like true as far as it being factually true. Now it can be true as far as if that's what the people judge, and if you're trying to say it by a majority, then that's the truth because the people believe it to be true. But as far as it meaning that it's factually true, that's not how I go about, because I feel like people get crucified in the court of public opinion all the time because of maybe the allegation is sounds so egregious, and then shit might come out years later, decades later, that was false.
Facts. I think we got to be responsible in what we do as far as our actions. You will not hear my name involved in any form of pedophilia or any young girls. I am not attracted to young girls at all. I am not. So I'm just saying that for the public and for everybody out there. I am not interested in any young girl. No young girl would ever come forward and say, Garfield, step with me. It won't happen. Why is it I can be confident with my chest out, but these brothers can't be? Because they are doing wrong. This dude, what Polite did, he lined up that lady's daughter. He had a plan and he executed the plan of abusing that child. That's what he did. He lined her up, that young girl, giving her pills so that she would be knocked out, won't remember what happened, and all type of bullshit. He lined that young girl up, lined her up, and he deserved, trust me. And by the way, too, for those who don't know, I've been controversial about pedophilia. I think it should be death penalty for pedophiles. I don't think there's no coming back for that female anymore. Once you get abused, that's it for you as a female. You should be executed for doing that to a female. And I think once that's put in place, which it will never happen in a Judeo-Christian world because most of these Roman Catholic priests are pedophiles. So, and then most of the people in the world are Catholics. So you will never get that law. But in my world, in Garfield's little world, I think pedophilia should get the death penalty. That's the only way it's going to curb back you from doing that act to a young girl. You need to be careful with children. We need to protect our children, all our children. 2 of my daughters, I wasn't there to protect them at a certain time period, and things happen. And it's sad. I have to live with it. I am responsible as a father. I am responsible for whatever happened to any of my children. I am responsible. I don't want anybody to say, oh, she never lived with me. And nope, no excuses. It happened because it happened when I was alive. Once it happened when I was alive, I'm responsible as a father.
But also it needs to be a community and cultural to initiate that. Like what you saying, I mean, hey, death or whatever it is, but the community also needs to punish that person too. Like once that gets out, that person should be dealt with immediately before the laws and the official police even get involved. That's how because you put a fear. Just how religion puts a fear into the minds of the followers, the members of the community and of that culture need to have a fear that if they do certain things, they're going to be dealt with. That's the real religion. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get things, those kind of behaviors to change in the community. Because you let it go up to a court, all the court of law is, if you got a good attorney, they can make things happen for you in your favor. You know what I'm saying? But if the community deals with people accordingly.
No, because if they have a little knowledge and a little popularity, we give them a pass. And it's crazy. You know, it's funny that somebody had inboxed me when Zion Lex had made a video about me, about my book and all that stuff. And I think they wanted me to come out and say he was sexually abusing kids too and all. And I just think people have their motives when they send me stuff. I never put it out in public because I never think, I don't look at Zion Lex as someone that would abuse kids. Not that I'm starstruck by him. He just didn't give me that vibe. But you don't know what somebody does internally. But I wasn't going to be the one to put that out there and say this guy's abusing kids, and come to find out the person had a motive because they didn't like him. You know what I'm saying? Because they know me and him was beef. And by the way, to whatever beef we have on the internet, this is just a show. I don't have a problem with Zion Lex. I've never had a problem with him. He just wanted to take it to another level because people disagree. You know what I'm saying? Because when you have your belief and you believe and somebody just beating up your belief, sometimes it hurts. It really hurts. And I think what happened is people are aware of certain things with people, and they trying to out them and all that stuff. I don't believe in that, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I made a judgment call not to put that out in public. Although the brother was making videos about me at the time, and I think the person was trying to egg me on to like, yeah, get him. Nah, it didn't work. It didn't work because we never had a conversation about it. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm sure somebody's going to tell him, Garf, he said this loud. But I would have never did that to him. The person, I got the texts. And everything. The person said, hey, he did this. He broke this girl's. That's why they kicked him out of Shema Israel, because he did this. And I'm like, what? And I remember me and Sarnetta was talking about it. And Sarnetta said, I don't believe that. That's bullshit. You know, Sarnetta is like Farrakhan when it comes to them type of things. He don't believe in certain instances to like say, hey, I'm against you. He's for black people 100% on certain things. That's how Sarnetta is. That's how Farrakhan is. That's how Khalid Abdul Muhammad was. That's how we were trained as men. But I'm going to say this. I don't know. I don't want to get into none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Alex have a secret Ashkenaz. Rasta TV, cut it out, man. Whether we have differences, to put that out in public, I don't think that's wise. You know, although the brother said things about me and put out videos, and I said I'm gonna be the bigger man and not do that, because when you put out stuff like that, it's detrimental to somebody's character that I don't think, it would have been wise to even put that out. But anyway, let me get to Israel Bound. We got 12 minutes left before I go watch my next game. What's up, Israel Bound? Israel,
what's up, Garfield? What's up with you, bro?
How you been?
Man, chilling. What's good with you?
I'm good. What do you think? Do you want to talk about something before I ask you this?
Yeah. I don't forget what you're gonna ask me. I'm gonna make a quick comment real quick, because, like you said about the pedophilia thing, I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Because I got little daughters. That's 8, 9. And I tell their mother all the time, if you feel like you want to move on with another man, that's fine. But my kids are not living in the house with no other man, because it's my job to protect and not retaliate. You see what I'm saying? I can't fix something after it happened. I can go do something strange to a nigga after something happened. But how's that going to fix my daughter? You see what I'm saying? So I take a strong stance when it comes to that my daughters is not growing up in no house with no other nigga. Them are my kids. Them are my daughters. And if that man don't agree and tell that woman that that's the right thing to do, I got to wonder why he want my kids at your house. So then it's double, right? Because I wouldn't want another man's that wants his kids to himself to have his kids in the house with me. That's weird. So it's just all about culture and all of that, man. I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Because a nigga ain't got to worry about court. He put his hands on my daughter. Court is the last. That's what he hope gonna happen.
Exactly.
My brother just asked me to show the text is. The text is right here. Right here. That's the text right here.
Exactly.
I don't need to lie about nothing.
Yeah.
Whoever want to freeze and read them, go ahead and freeze and read it.
And when the young people see that, when they see that hey, this what happened, you mess with a young girl like that, the youth will see it and they won't grow up. That won't even cross their mind.
Right. If you
that's how the culture changed.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. They make it, you know what I'm saying, pedophilia, you know what I'm saying? Because once again, people that know me know I've been inside, the penal system plenty of time in plenty of places. And everywhere I've been, the pedophile community is they get light treatment when it comes to the courts, for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the crimes don't never fit the punishment. They don't match. And so therefore it doesn't give you a deterrence. Those who are, but you can't deter a man who's sick in the head from doing something. No matter what the threat is or consequence is, if he's a sick man, that's not going to stop him.
Right.
Only thing that's going to stop somebody from, violating some young daughter is her father's protection, man. That's just how it goes.
Facts.
But what was you gonna ask me, Garfield?
I was going to ask you, what do you think about the Shedeur Sanders and him not being drafted until the 5th round or the 4th round or whatever? What do you think? What do you think happened with that situation?
I think what happened was that Deion Sanders, you know what I'm saying, blew his horn too much in their face, which I don't think he was wrong for doing. He got every right to be proud of what his accomplishments was. He got every right to feel proud of his sons and to guide them into situations such as other white owners have white fathers have done for their son, like Peyton Manning, Archie Manning, and Eli Manning, and another situation that was the same way. However, like you said, we got to understand what we're dealing with. This is their shit. So I'm not so what happened why he fell so far was because once they decided they wasn't gonna take him in the 1st round, by the time you get to the 2nd round, it don't make sense for nobody to pick him because whoever needed a quarterback picked him in the 1st round. And so then that, you know, now we in the 3rd round and the teams are filling holes that they need other than a quarterback. So now he caught up in a matrix to where now he got to wait for somebody that's gonna say, yeah, we might as well take him because he's a good player for real, and we can always use another backup quarterback. So he wasn't gonna go undrafted. They just did that to prove a point to Deion, like Gilly said, you just another nigga.
Yeah, I think his father, they wanted to show who was in charge. And
right.
I always tell people, I say it again, I made a post on Facebook, white supremacy and racism cannot be stopped by your belief. It's an idea. It's going to be here 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now. What we're hoping is that these people would change with the spirit of the Christ or Allah or whoever they want to put in place to say this is religion will allow them to change. We hope that they change their ways, their wicked ways, based off of the religion. And what happened is they haven't changed. Even with the religion, they have not changed. White supremacy. Right now, you applying for a house, and people look at you funny based off of how you look. Like, I don't know if I want this person in my neighborhood. This is what white supremacy can do and will do. Look at Fifth Third Bank. They were charging African Americans or black people a whole different interest rate than white people. Wells Fargo was doing the same thing. And these people, they don't care how much money they got to pay. They just want to be racist and be proud of it. They don't care. We'll pay the millions in fees that you're going to charge us for being racist. We just don't want these people around us. We don't want to give them the right interest rate. We don't want to treat them right. So if you, even when the guy, who remembers the contract on America with the guy, Tavis Smiley, and he introduced us to Wells Fargo, and come to find out Wells Fargo was charging us more money as an interest rate. He brought us there. He didn't even realize what he was doing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's
you know that with I feel that with that whole situation with Shedeur, that I agree. Like, you know what I mean? He his father basically they kind of bucked at the system even before he wasn't I guess he was felt to be a lock, like a top 10 or top 5, but he wasn't a lock because if you know, going back to the race, like they have to be selected by these franchises that are owned by, you know, Caucasians, and there is no black or African owner of a franchise. So you don't have that position, even though you're talented. They have 7 rounds to draft. So even though you're talented, you don't have to be one of the top ones. And they showed that, because also people leave out the aspect, the financial aspect. He was a projected 1st round pick. He lost a lot of money just going. I think he went to the 4th round or 5th. Just that alone, that puts you in the area of being like a backup quarterback. So that salary.
Not to
Go ahead.
interrupt you, I just want real quick to interject. They said that they estimated that cost him estimated of about $30 million.
You see, and that's all. I mean, that's all you can see. That's a strategic play because if you look what happened before this year, you see two African American quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson and I think Jalen Hurts. They both negotiated contracts basically on their terms without the traditional that network of agents that's an affiliation with the NFL. And that's a whole nother conversation because those are all families that are intertwined with each other too. That's that business. But once they went outside of it and that money went to, that community, so that opened up, and the Dion coming through and bucking even harder. His kid is not even a professional player, he's a college player. They shut that down because that will set a precedent for the next class to come in and a lot of, trying to buck the system some more. And the NFL is one of those, it's not the NBA or, it's one of those more closed, closed network of families and owners and that own these organizations. And they're not trying to have, I feel like they're not trying to have this new wave of, athletes trying to come through and buck. You in the NBA, it looks like they're a little more liberal with it, but the NFL, I don't think they're not trying to have that. And so they kind of shut that down. And they're not going to jump out in front of it and say it. They're going to say, oh, he had bad interviews or stuff like that, like negative. But we know that the NFL, if you look at it over the history, they're not all about morality. There's some of their stars will have acts that they have that are not so morale in their behavior, and they still get put up in the limelight. So it's and they'll try to make it. Oh, he had a bad interview. His personality, blah blah blah. But we know what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Because
let's get Dr. Mo in here because I'm about to end the show in like 5 minutes. So Dr. Mo, what's on your mind, sis?
Hey, peace, power, and profit, everybody. Hey, I'm Team Shedeur. Can't wait till he make that team. We gonna sell out that jersey. He gonna make all his money back in endorsements. And guess what? They gonna have egg on their face because you can't stop. You can't better stop him. His post interview threw egg right back in their face because they tried to say how he responds and his arrogance, and no matter what those journalists asked him, he kept his poise. He didn't throw nobody under the bus. He didn't throw no shade or no hate. He just said, listen, I'm ready to work. Thank you for the opportunity. And I know y'all don't like God, but he was like, God don't make no mistakes. I'm ready to do what I'm going to do. And the NFL ate off him, and every podcaster in the world ate off him too, and still is. He didn't even get drafted in the top round, and he's the most talked about person. Of course, it's a marketing game. They ate off of him, and those coaches, all those individuals out there who even still try to, talk about Prime, talk about his flashiness, talk about his play. Guess what? I didn't see you not talking about him. I didn't see you not bring his name up. I didn't see the views go down. And so guess what? I love it. I'm glad it was a black father on a black man. Ain't no way I'm going to say somebody's daddy can't interfere with his guidance. That's crazy. We talk so much trash about black men not being there, not guiding their kids, not being present, not having an influence, not impacting. And here we got a father. I don't care how confident he is. Hell yeah, Dion, interfere. Because when my two cousins went to the league, the last one, when we were at that draft last year, and Keon didn't get picked, when they traded up, and Keon didn't get picked in the first round, I mean, we were hurt, Lord. But he was chilling, but he was hurt. And we was like, dang, what's going on or whatever. Anyway, when he got first round pick in the second round, And he was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go out there and do my thing. They said, his 40 not good. He too slow. He ain't gonna be able to translate in the league. This, that, whatever. And then he became one of became one of the talked about in that draft last year or whatnot. So as much as they try to dim his light, he shine even brighter. And when he go and earn his spot, let's hear the naysayers, because we gonna be there. We were there from the beginning. We gonna still be there. And shout out to all the fathers who take control and don't let nobody say what they cannot do for their sons. Shout it all the way out. We just did a camp with Keon in Louisiana, and he did it for free. Man, 250 young boys. Think about 5 young girls. All of the fathers that came out and volunteered for free. Man, that was a proud moment. Now we got 3 more picks. They low picks. They got to earn their way. They got picks in my hometown, in the NFL, and 3 more in another county or in another parish right over. Man, I'm on cloud 9. Forget all that other drama everybody else saying. Y'all should be happy. Throw up your flags. Let's go, Shedeur. Team number 2.
He'll be all right. Shedeur's gonna be all right. He's gonna have to work for it a little harder and just show that he could play in the league. You know what I'm saying? He played HBCU and he played in a Division One. They both weren't that good teams, but he had success. So he trained, by Dion his whole life. So he should be all right in the NFL. He just got to go. They're not just gonna give him the reins right away. So he's gonna need some cards to fall in his place. Maybe somebody get injured, or he have a few good years of training camps, and they finally give him a shot.
So why
Not
nobody?
really because he went in there. The one dude that's in front of him, I forget his
Gabriel.
name. He
Gabriel.
garbage. Mm-hmm.
His name
I'm
Gabriel.
just saying they got five. They got
Yeah, but
five
then you got
QBs.
hold up, but none of them are really nothing to speak of. And Joe Flacco is 60 years old. He gonna probably be the starter. And then after that,
Watson hurt. Go ahead. Watson is hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Deshaun Watson is hurt, and then that next dude up is not even who's he?
Yeah, but that's not. But I hear what you say. You talking about from a talent standpoint. But that's not how the NFL operates. Like the salary. So Watson got the highest salary. He will be the starter if he's healthy.
So
And then
what about the fact that Prime surrounded those young men with all those NFL, either they one was Hall of Famers or 2 they were NFL coach that he was training under. Why we forget that he's already been exposed to the level of what he's going to experience.
no, I agree. I think Shedeur is the best out of all of them. But I'm just saying the way the NFL is structured, they're not just gonna catapult like Russell
Shedeur was not
Russell.
better than Cam Ward. You guys are going too far. Enough of this Shedeur love fest.
Hey, don't
I'm
be
talking
no hater, true
about
Enough
story.
of this
we
Shedeur
talking
love
about for the
fest.
Browns. We talking about for the Browns, not
Man.
the overall draft class.
No, we talking about for the Browns, bro. We ain't talking about what you talking.
Number one, good afternoon. Number 2, Jackson Dart is the next Tom Brady. Number 3, Shedeur Love is overrated.
No, it ain't.
He has
Nah,
reached his ceiling.
that's all
pros
wrong
They
right
said,
there.
yes, he's great, but there ain't no more where to go.
Yeah, but
But
let's say he's
up.
not though, right? Let's say he's not as great as you say Cam Ward is, which I may be, agreeing with you on. The fact of the matter is he's the best QB on the Browns, and he
Yeah.
will start going into next year because
Is he?
he
Is
absolutely
Shedeur
is.
better than Pickett?
He's not gonna start.
Flacco, yes, he will. Let me tell you why, right? Because Flacco is not even meant to be a starter in that, and he's a backup. That's his role, right? And so the other options would be Deshaun. He's out for the season with the Achilles, and so now you got a competition between Dylan the other dude, Kevin, whatever his name is, he's not probably going to be starting. He's going to get cut and doing summer drills.
Right.
And
Then
then
it would rain on Thursdays and snow in Arizona.
Wait.
Come
How
on,
did you
Kyle.
how did you come up with all like that's not all right? Dylan,
All right,
Dylan,
He's
and
scenariating. That's what
Dylan
Wokes do.
Nah,
yeah,
let's walk.
Dylan and Shedeur are gonna be battling for like backup role. They're because
Deshaun and Shedeur will be battling for who gets the happy ending first. That's all that's going to be happening in Cleveland. Knock it off.
yeah, because Flacco was brought in as he will be like the starting QB because Watson's injured, and then they got Cody Pickett. They're all them guys are just battling for the backup role.
Right. When is
all they're
Deshaun
battling
getting
for.
his snaps, football Bama? Mr. Kyle, when is he getting his snaps? Where? Because the new boy got to get his. We got to see if Pickett can walk and Flacco can do something still. So where's he getting that? He's trying to throw
Soon
strikes to the Gatorade.
Soon as Joe Flacco's age catch up with him and they go 1-6, you know what I'm saying?
Flacco
What has Deshaun Watson done to make you think that he's just solidified in a starting position in quarterback?
It's because of the salary.
Ain't talking about starting.
It's because of
he gonna get a shot because they still owe this nigga $100
Yeah,
million
it's his salary. You cannot just bench that type of quarterback when you're paying him that if he's healthy. That's not how the NFL works.
I agree. He's not healthy.
Okay, and that's what I said. That's why they brought in Flacco. Flacco was the Browns quarterback when Deshaun got hurt 2 years ago, and they won games. And then he was winning in Indianapolis as well. They brought him in to be like a bridge QB for when to decide if they're what's going to go on with Watson, and then they're going to select these young guys just to see. I don't think none of these quarterbacks are the long term. They're not the long-term solution for Cleveland. That's why they didn't draft them high. They're just, I guess guys who are suitable, serviceable quarterbacks.
Let's go to the facts.
Shedeur, I think Shedeur can
Let's
be
go
the
to the
one.
facts. The facts are this, right? So Flacco was brought in to be a backup for Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson is out because we know he got the torn Achilles and he's got legal issues that's going to probably take him away from the game. We just scratch him off the list, right? Flacco was going to be the backup for no matter who was the starter, or they was going to use him as a transition to get their starter ready. So we know Flacco he's cemented in the 2 spot, right? Then you got the 2 that they just brought in, which was Dylan and also Shedeur. Of those 2, Shedeur has more height, he's more accurate, and he's a better athlete. He's a better.
They got another quarterback.
No, he's not more accurate. You can't say he's more accurate than Cody Pickett. He's not more accurate.
I didn't say Cody Pickett. Just hear me out. I didn't say Cody Pickett. I said Dylan Raiola.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dylan. I mean, Dylan. He has a strong arm and he's decent, but like I said, I don't think Cleveland is looking at them as the long-term solution.
Dylan is 5'9.5". He's not big enough. He's going to have the same effect that Buddy as Carolina Panthers. He can't see over the line. That's going to be very problematic for him.
Pickett ain't going to get no snaps.
Well, he's a gadget player. He's like a gadget
going to
player.
be in this thing.
Yeah. So what you said then?
So you got who getting some snaps here? We got Flacco, yes.
I got Flacco for sure as a backup. Right. He gonna be a solid backup, right? We all agree to that.
No, backup.
Flacco is gonna start.
Who's starting? Wait, hold on. Who's starting?
Flacco's gonna start.
Flacco's starting.
Right. So that's QB1. 2 is
no. Just hear me out now. I got it all together.
Okay.
Flacco is going to start as the main guy because he knows the offense and he's going to be the transition guy again. This is his job. He's a transition guy at this point in his career. He's not a young guy. They don't expect him to start. They don't want him to start. They want to have a fresh person starting, right? So he's going to be in preseason #1 guy, right? But then those other 2 guys are going to have the option. Now with Shedeur, what Shedeur is going to bring is a lot of excitement, fan engagement, stuff like that. So they're probably not going to release him, but they will release the other guy, the guy that name with the key, Kenny, whatever his name is.
Pickett?
They're not going to release Pickett.
They're not releasing Pickett.
That's what I'm saying.
Hear me out. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. You like, damn, they got him. Kyle really
They're not
knows
releasing
football.
Pickett. He's going to be the backup quarterback.
Yeah,
Pickett is going to be the backup quarterback.
Yeah,
No, he is
he's
out of
more
there.
ready than both of them.
He is out of there. Watch what I tell you.
Nah, that's not
They're going to
realistic.
trade Shedeur for Bronny. That's all that's going to happen.
This nigga doing the intersports transit.
Yeah, that's the only way this is going to work. Trade Shedeur for Bronny.
I can't wait till you get when it happened. True story, and it's
When? 2074?
I think Dylan Gabriel. I think Dylan Gabriel is gonna be a gadget type player for them. Like
Man, Dylan Gabriel get hurt, bro. He's too little.
But now we 15 games into the season?
No, this is September. And September
Flacco was gone for at least 7 games.
Yeah, Flacco is he's the starter.
If you count the preseason game, that's 4 right there. Then you got 2 regular season games. Then Flacco out of there.
Shedeur is getting 1 snap in the preseason. It's going to be like Bronny.
Crazy.
You're going to
Man,
have
the crowd.
go for the
crazy as all get out.
Bro, he got the fans. The people gonna be in them games chanting, "We want Shedeur."
He's gonna play in the preseason. He's gonna play, but he's just not in their long term.
Where is he gonna play in the preseason, brother?
They can play him any game. Like it doesn't
Flacco
matter.
ain't playing in the preseason. Okay, you got to give Pickett, see if we got anything. The boy you got ahead of him, we got to see if he got something, right?
But you know they don't play. You know they don't play full games. They might play. Pickett might play a half. Or,
right, and then the boy we drafted before Shedeur. Shedeur come out when the Harlem Globetrotters come.
Pickett is gone by the end of July. Watch what I tell you. Mark my words.
Nah.
Let's go, Kyle. Let's go.
They're gonna have. Wait, I got it. Here's what I will say. They can probably have Shedeur come out. They're gonna have a marching band and make Dr. Mo happy. And some type of what? Jackson State marching band. Shedeur gonna lead that.
I'm already happy, True. He gonna make you. Hey, listen, y'all gonna have a difference of opinion, and I'm gonna be laughing because I'm gonna be like, I tried to tell you.
Cleveland Browns marching band.
Hey, Joe Flacco just came to Indianapolis where he couldn't. He was on the bench for Richardson's garbage ass. Like
that's because the team was invested into him. The team was invested into Richardson.
Hold up, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that Joe Flacco, if he was adequate enough, they would have still allowed Richardson to learn and play behind him regardless.
No, the Colts actually were upset with Richardson. That's why he got benched. But what I'm saying is when the year before, Flacco was on the Browns and he was winning when Deshaun Watson went down. That's why they brought him back.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. That's why they brought
y'all
him
ain't
back.
mentioned when Shedeur get a snap yet. So all this sounds great about the great white quarterbacks of Cleveland. When do Dr. Mo's dancing QB Negro get in the game? That's what I want to know.
They won.
I gave you the whole
won.
Yeah,
They won.
I don't know about
Right.
day one. I don't know about day one, but he's gonna play.
Y'all ain't said when yet, not in practice.
No, he's gonna play in the preseason. They're gonna put him in the game. It'll be second half of a
when
game.
they play Colorado.
Nah, man. Do you watch preseason games? Like they do play their quarterback. Like
I don't think you understand how good Shedeur Sanders is, man. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think you understand. They just told you we don't care how good you are, yo. Like what you talking about?
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they
Oh, really?
do.
They do. They showed it in the 17th round yesterday.
They cared enough to talk about him the whole draft.
They cared enough. Was like a ref or something.
They ain't even talk about their number one picks like that. We don't even know who went first in the first round except for Cam Ward and Travis Hunter because we too busy talking about Shedeur. Yeah, they care.
How's that going to work when
here
you go. That works now with ESPN, all this fun stuff. When the season starts, ain't nobody thinking all the sideshow.
Hey, let me ask you this, Drew.
Thinking of none of that.
When
Shedeur get in the game? They play in the AFC too? What?
Man, what receiver did they bring in for Dylan Gabriel to throw to that he know? They didn't do that for him.
Yeah,
They
when they
did this,
transform
but they
Shedeur
did
into a
it for
receiver.
Shedeur. They brought
Shedeur, if
Shedeur
you want to
receiver.
play,
They
we're gonna
brought
make you a
him.
receiver.
No, but Dylan
They brought
Gabriel.
the man his receiver of choice too. Come on, bro, what you talking about?
No, but
Like
Dylan Gabriel played with good college play. Like he played at Oklahoma. He had good receivers. He played at Oregon. He had good receivers. They weren't like the super high profile receivers, but they were good. Like Oregon had a good offense. Oklahoma as well. He was a quarterback for those teams.
You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is after they drafted Shedeur, they went and picked his one of his main targets from the last 2 years.
Every last one of y'all got
But
a
that's an anomaly though.
Bronny
You talking about Travis Hunter, right?
No, they got what's the dude's name? He number 10, no number 14. I forgot his name. Tall,
Horn or something.
Nah.
No,
It ain't
Horn is at the Panthers.
The light skinned boy. He like 6'3", 6'4",
Oh,
receiver.
Hold on, I get his name.
Damn, what's his name? He came from Vandy.
Somebody not
transferred.
Shedeur.
Okay, that might have been a coincidence that they. I mean,
That's a coincidence. Stop it.
What I mean is
They picked this man primary target and bring on the
right?
team. That's why
What I mean is they drafted him in a late round, right?
Nah,
all of them
free agent. He a free agent pickup.
That's what I'm saying. Those
Yeah.
are flyers. Like that person might not even make the team.
So
that's
gonna show his talent.
True enough. I admit that. But the fact that they went and got his target to bring in to show his greatness, you got to get at some type of points.
Why doesn't he go to the CFL? He can make $50 million a year in the CFL.
He gonna make it right here without being on the
That's
field.
not a
so
chance
you
in
say
hell he gonna make anywhere near that. Come on.
Man,
I'm surprised that Dallas didn't draft him. Like that's what I thought was gonna take him late.
They want his daddy.
Dallas wants his
head
daddy.
coach. Yeah.
So they wouldn't get
So they can put
Shedeur
boots
in the
that's what I'm saying.
Boots in the stands.
Yeah, so they would get Shedeur in the 19th round then.
Yeah, that's just like drafting Bronny. Like you draft Bronny, get
Right,
LeBron.
that's what I'm saying. This is the Bronny draft.
Man, y'all some
haters.
No, I like Shedeur. Shedeur is a good quarterback. Like to me, he's one of the best that was in college for the past 4 years. Even when he was at Jackson State, I felt like he could, play in D1. And the thing is, he went to a garbage team and he had success. Like the Colorado didn't have no defense. Like if people watch the game, like he was playing great. Like of course, I think he had
Colorado had the Heisman Trophy winner on defense, right?
That's fine.
I'm just trying to
that's fine.
Okay.
But he played offense too. That same player, someone was throwing him the ball. How many cornerbacks do you know? How many cornerbacks do you know? How many cornerbacks do you know who have won the Biletnikoff Award? None. So somebody has to throw him those balls.
Shedeur won the Kalishnikov Award because they shot his ass all the way down to the 20th round.
I'm talking about the Biletnikoff Award is for the top receiver. A cornerback has never won that award in college football.
Yeah, and Shedeur won quarterback of the year. What you talking about?
How did that help his draft?
He's a great quarterback.
What you mean?
How did that help
happened?
his draft?
He had the best numbers, brother. Man,
He's a great quarterback. If he played on a good, like a very good team, like one of the he probably he probably winning the championship.
Oh, he killed it.
And if fifth was a fifth,
that's all right.
That doesn't mean that he didn't do well though. That he wasn't.
Nobody said he didn't do well. He
Hey,
didn't do well.
True. Yeah, and what's gonna set it off when they let Bucky in the locker room with the cameras? Y'all gonna be real mad then.
Right.
Now you going too far now, Dr. Lynn. They ain't gonna let that happen.
If you talking about Shiloh, okay, Shiloh, he might not make the NFL, but
Shiloh gonna play too.
But he was in college. He was a decent, defensive back.
Black power goes awry when y'all.
Man, Shiloh 25, man. We gotta take that
melanated athletic jibber jabber. If it was like that, no matter what, somebody would have took a chance on Shedeur. Even if the NFL members, owners met at the last Klan rally, they'd have like, listen, no, something was there.
They
would
did
like.
take it. You talking about Shedeur? They did draft him. They just didn't draft him high.
Yeah,
Right.
only
That's
folks
what I'm
want to
saying.
see the
Listen,
quarterback.
that's what I'm saying. The only
They
people
thought it
who
was
left to
cute.
draft was a referee and somebody to do the score.
They thought it was cute to give him $4 million. He gonna make the money off
Yeah,
the
that
endorsements.
was just a
They
Okay, so now,
mad because he got some money. They just
okay, Dr. Mo. So now that he got some money, he pull up to the lot with none of that matter. When do he get a snap? In practice?
He gonna play in
Yo, he gonna
preseason.
play
He
the whole
gonna
time.
practice in
He gonna play
preseason.
day
Where?
one.
He gonna
play.
shine in preseason. He gonna show
Yup.
them who he is, and then he gonna
Yeah.
be the number one
Yeah. This
starter.
guy can run.
Because
Yeah, they're gonna think of, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna think of trick plays for like Harlem Globetrotters. Like,
That's
okay,
what they're
That's
supposed to
yeah,
do.
right.
hey,
That's
like
how
it's
I
a
know.
Jabari.
I don't even think.
Wait
I
a
don't
Dude's
even
minute.
not a
So
think.
runner.
you
I don't
He's
think you
not a
watch
runner,
college
bro.
football,
He's a
man.
pocket passer, bro.
true.
Like
Put
So
you already
put
know this
Shadeur in
guy.
the game and act
oh,
like we're gonna make him
true.
You
quarterback.
just trolling at this point,
Yo,
too. I ain't
you
gonna
don't
lie
No,
to
I'm
watch.
you.
not.
Yeah,
You don't
he's
watch. You
trolling.
don't watch college
How you
football, bro.
how you
Yes, I
gonna
do.
sit up?
That's what I'm trying
Wait,
to tell.
The
you
man
know
is by
what?
far the most
You know
accurate
what's
passer in
crazy?
the league last year.
What's crazy
Yes,
is
ma'am.
we not supposed to make up plays to help our players when it comes to the Sanders boys. But for everybody else, you can do all these extra things on the field and nobody critiques that. That's why
Name
he
it.
gon'
Let's
that's
get.
why
All right.
that's
I'm
why
sorry.
all the
Yeah.
adversity that they say they gonna have, he gonna
Adversity.
outshine that. He
Through
gonna
all the
outshine that.
adversity, really? His
Yes,
daddy
he already
must
doing
be
it.
the money.
Listen,
What
he left
adversity? He had
he
one coach his whole
he
life.
didn't need
What
his
adversity?
so listen, his daddy
Uh-huh.
can't get on that field and make those
His daddy didn't
decisions.
pay his gas one
His
day in the Beamer.
he has
What are
his
we talking
own
about?
money.
So
Y'all mad
Right.
because he got
Right.
some
And he
money.
gonna need to hold on to every down because getting it from the NFL is not likely as
Well,
the
he
fifth
gets
quarterback on the
He
damn
already
team.
got it. He
Oh,
already.
that's right.
He
That's the
just went and
jargon we
got
champion. At
four.
least
I
he
mean,
rich
come on, man.
already, just like you
he
Negroes
got
do. He
four.
rich already. He don't need the money. Well, he must not need the playing time.
He gonna get that too. And y'all gonna be looking crazy.
Where?
Cause guess what? We gonna throw them watches up in the air. Bam.
Right. And
Go.
he's gonna
See now,
pawn
I don't
every
even like
last
the
one of
Browns. Now I'm
them.
gonna go get me a Brown jersey just to
Hell
piss
yeah.
you
Hey,
off, too.
Yeah, we
Right.
gonna order together shit. Hey, I'm buying
Get a
True one too.
get a BOGO. We get a
And
buy
what's the
one
other
get one
brothers?
special,
What's the
man.
other
you
brothers?
know
I'm gonna
what's
buy
funny? You
y'all's
know what's
too.
funny
I'm buying
about it?
all y'all one.
I think he gonna be wearing that same jersey, Johnny
The
Manziel,
black and white one
Johnny
with the
Football.
stripes.
Oh hell no, I don't want
Yeah,
no.
that's the same. That's the same number 2.
He
Hey,
should
don't
wear the
be
black and
calling
white one with the stripes and hold the
it,
whistle.
and don't be calling me emotional because Shedeur gonna show out. See, we always gotta have the
He
emotion
gonna
because
show
we
out how
big
to
up.
pour Gatorade
We
and get
big up.
around that huddle where all the QBs got it done. Like when the defense is on the field, he gonna be right in there, fresh uni.
He gonna get in there, like he said. He gonna gain a relationship with the vets. He gonna
Right.
do what he's supposed to do with those coaches. He gonna get out there,
So
gonna work hard.
you don't think that Shedeur can play better with the Browns? You don't think he could play like as good as like Jameis? I think so.
I think he can play as good as Jameis. You know what Jameis got? A shot.
What you mean?
What y'all talking about?
He got a
What you mean?
shot.
What you mean by that?
No, he does not have a shot. Y'all lying.
What
He
you
is when they
what you
go
mean?
number
Wait,
4.
What you
Yes,
mean
sir.
by he got a shot? I don't
Jameis
get
got at this point in his career, obviously he got a resume, he got history, whatever. They know who Jameis is, what he can do in that league, and he already in. So comparing him ain't the same.
No. What I mean is, I'm talking
Yeah.
about from a talent standpoint.
Right.
He can
One
go in
has
the game.
NFL experience.
It doesn't. Listen,
It does. We're talking about talent.
He's a third string quarterback at this point
With
in his career.
NFL experience.
But you know why?
Jameis ain't better than Flacco though. That's the thing.
But
the point,
Flacco is the starting quarterback. Once again, none of them, neither Jameis or Flacco, was QB4 in practice.
I'm telling you, look.
Come on, my nigga.
Whoa. That's not true. When Jameis Winston was on the Saints, he was a QB4. The only reason he was able to play is just people just they all got injured.
So y'all gonna sit around what? Y'all voodoo dolls and hoping that Flacco goes down and Pickett gets caught up in what?
I'm telling you, Pickett gonna be a free agent.
No one is hoping, but that's how people.
That's after the
how
season.
Players get shots to play when you're a quarterback and you're that deep in the
Man,
depth
look,
chart.
Pickett,
That's how you get a
getting
shot.
released.
I'm calling it. Pickett
Black
will be
power and
released.
force are troubling. This is unbelievable.
Pickett getting released.
Yep. Nobody even trying to be bigger than man gonna get out there. He gonna do his thing. I'm getting y'all a jersey. Make sure y'all
What?
hit me up
It's
with
gonna be
size
the
you wear.
cleanest one, right?
They
I'm
might not
getting.
make. They might not make his jersey though.
His
There you
jersey
go.
getting
See,
made.
exactly.
They ain't
Now you
that.
get into it.
They
He's
ain't
gonna be
that
so good.
crazy.
They're not even gonna make his jersey.
They
It's
might
gonna be one of them
They
netted
might
practice
not
ones.
Okay,
because
then guess
they
what?
might
I'm gonna
not
get y'all.
because he's
I'm
so
gonna get
low
y'all
on
a
the depth
legendary
chart.
shirt then. Y'all getting legendary shirts then with the $sign and the
They
two
do
Yeah,
have
in it.
the
those.
legend
They
of
do have
Shedeur.
those.
We
Remember,
gonna
he
sell
played
out
the same time as
legendary.
LeBron's son.
We ain't worried about
What?
LeBron. We gonna sell out legendary.
Well,
I'm gonna get
actually, you
y'all
know what?
one.
I take that back. They will make his jersey because you just brought it up. They got
And
Bronny
it's gonna
jerseys.
say
So,
James on the back.
so they got
It's
Bronny jerseys. So if Bronny got jerseys that's for sale, so they will
Right.
have
And
and
Shedeur
Shedeur's is
look
gonna
jerseys for
say
and
sale.
James on it too.
true.
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
like to since you like to go hiking, I'm gonna get you some of those ski goggles he have too. So when it snow in New York, you can
Yes,
wear
ma'am.
them. I'm
And you
getting you
know who
that
gonna be
too.
right
Don't
with me?
you?
Shedeur. He gonna have a
No,
Gatorade.
I'm getting. You getting all the paraphernalia compliments of Monique and Lamb. Yep.
You
What's
know
your
what,
and
man?
the other two brothers too? Y'all getting some too. I'm getting
It's a
y'all some too.
shame.
Hey, I rock
All
with
them other,
Shedeur.
all them
I ain't
other
tripping.
Negroes get drafted in the NFL. You hold on to this fifth
I'm.
string quarterback to prove
That's a
some black power point.
yup.
So
The
sad.
black
So
PowerPoint.
sad.
Nope. I'm proving the father son
What?
point.
What
Uh-huh.
father son point?
Yep. That's a I was the one that we gonna prove when I give you that jersey when it come out.
Which one? Now, you don't even know if they're
The
gonna make a
number
jersey.
they making that jersey. They ain't crazy. They ain't gonna miss out
Yeah,
on no
in a
money.
practice uniform. If you know
That's
what,
all
that
right.
would
We're
be
gonna
hot.
take that too. We're
Dr.
gonna
Mo,
take that too.
honestly, we should see if that's possible. Like, I think if they made a practice jersey for him, it would sell more than the game jersey.
Well, even if they don't, we buying the legendary shirts. We gonna
No,
get
it should
that
say
jersey.
Sanders, but it's only a practice jersey, and it has to
That's
stay
right.
clean.
Legendary.
It comes with a whistle and a Gatorade cup.
Oh
And
yeah.
one of
You trolling hard. That's
He's
funny.
trolling hard.
Yo, Kyle, y'all bugging, yo. Where is he getting the shot other than when they start playing the Harlem Globetrotters music, yo?
They gonna have no choice, bro. They gonna listen. He gonna get those. He gonna be on the cameras. They gonna think he was the number one pick. He gonna have all that going on.
How is
Man,
that working for Bronny? He getting all that camera
Pickett
time.
and Flacco are they're the exact same quarterback.
Yep.
They're backup quarterbacks at this point.
Right, and
Like
they're gonna back all the way into
Pickett,
playing the whole
Pickett
season,
had his
Kyle.
4
That's what I'm
years.
saying.
So look, think about it. Pickett just got traded from the Eagles, right? He just got he has not had the time to win the offense over the coaching staff. He in the same boat that Shedeur is in, bro. And
He got a Super
Shedeur is
Bowl?
huh?
The Pickett got a Super Bowl?
They traded him after the Super Bowl, I think.
So he got a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the roster.
What was
Hey,
he?
Kanye.
He was what? QB2?
I think he
Hey,
was QB3 at that point.
Yeah, he was the third string.
Okay.
Hey, Kanye, I knew he was gonna get picked somewhere. When I seen Trump tweet, I said, "Oh shit, they had to
Oh
bow
yeah.
down and kiss the ring. They had to bow down and kiss
Wait,
the
hold on, Dr.
ring."
Mo. So you're validating this that Donald Trump had to tweet out for Shadeur Sanders to get picked in the NFL. Is that
No,
what you just said?
I'm validating that Trump is a fan, and what Trump want he get.
Nah, that was
There you go.
a
Right.
what's the name play?
So,
That was a Tom
Marty,
Brady call.
well, hold on. So here's
Tom
my
Brady called
question.
that in.
Are you
Tom Brady,
saying
I
that
take that too. I take that too.
Dr. Mo, here's the question. Is Shadeur Sanders a DEI hire then?
No, but
Ah,
the
hell
I'm
Gabriel
no.
guy
thinking so.
was. The Gabriel guy was. So was Carla.
Shadeur
So was
Sanders is a DEI pick.
Hell nah.
See,
Y'all
he was
crazy.
not a DI pick.
He is. You said that white
He would
man
have got
president had to be
paid.
like, all right,
He
let
would
him
have.
in, y'all.
He would have got paid if he was a DUI pick. They call themselves
No, it's just for show.
talking about well, it was a low value, so we went on and did it. And then you get on camera and you look sad like we didn't want to do it, but we went on and did it. Yeah, cause you know you gonna need them.
They just did that to Humberland, man. He
Ain't
gon'
no
he gon'
humbling.
he gonna be on the roster
Ain't no humbling.
They might roster 4 quarterbacks or 3, but he'll be on the roster, and then they just gonna make an example. Like, hey, don't try to buck the system.
Wait,
Don't try to come in here. Don't try to come in here.
Wait. We're doing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in like that, but I just want to get this straight. This is where woke math does you injustice, brother. Let me go slow.
Why you talking about woke though?
No. Hold on, brother. Deshaun Watson 1, Joe Flacco 2, Pickett 3. The boy they just drafted before him is 4. You said they might have 3 or 4. I don't know.
Listen. Listen, I'm
okay
because you named Watson. Watson, they have
a quarterback on the roster.
They have a designation for people who are injured like that. He doesn't count.
Why doesn't he count? They're not.
He's on injured reserve, bro.
Okay, so now we got. I'm sorry.
I
don't watch football. You had to go through the number 4 quarterback to talk about football, my nigga. I don't watch football. We talking about QB4. And you had to go.
I'm just saying because of the roster, he's designated. He's not a part of. He won't be a part of.
Deshaun Watson does not have a spot. He when they count.
Okay, Kyle. They don't
so
he said that's why he said 3 or 4. That's done. Y'all got
no. He's saying 3 or 4, but not counting Deshaun Watson. That's the point. That's
fine because that's fine. So that makes the Shedeur 4. I'm fine with that. I get that. So that's why I said
that makes Shedeur number 2. It makes Shedeur 2 under
Flacco. No, Flacco 1, Pickett 2. The boy they drafted before him 3. Shedeur 4,
bro. Pickett gonna be gone. Watch what I say. Pickett gone.
Wanna be you praying on some shit from Wakanda to make this happen, brother.
Man, look, you gonna see. Pickett
they gonna jump out the window that quick when they got this nigga still in somebody's massage shop getting the 2-for-1. No, they're gonna go slow with all this happening.
Oh yeah, he's definitely done. He's not. Look, him maybe 2028 at that point if he even come back. So you got 2 years where you can stamp yourself as a
let
QB
another
one.
side show at QB. Really?
You saying Deshaun Watson's out for like 2 years?
Yeah, for first thing he this year for sure because of his Achilles, and then he got the legal issues that's gonna push him back. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like the massage stuff and the sexual assaults and stuff like that, he's done, bro. Like let's be realistic. Like Deshaun, he's on the roster.
Well, he's been playing. That's the allegations of everything. He's cleared to play for that. He's just that he getting injured. That's when he doesn't play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I'm saying that's gonna. He's not the favorite person in fucking Cleveland. That's what I'm saying. He's done.
but they pay him like damn near. I think like almost $50 million though. They're not just gonna bench him unless he just completely sucks. Then I guess they can do that, but they're not.
Give him the money and bench him.
You're not gonna see someone who makes that much money if they're healthy. Then they're not playing like that. That's teams they can't afford.
They do it every day.
Okay. Name a quarterback that's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league that got benched and they just don't play. You're not going to be able to.
Let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons deal when they brought in Michael Penix and they had the Cousins.
That's not the same. They signed.
And then, so that's a perfect example. They paying a nigga
No, that's not the same. That's not the same.
They paying a nigga 125 to sit on the bench, right?
No, that's not the same because Kirk Cousins, what he makes is not considered. That was like a 1 or 2 year deal, or so. I don't remember the contract, but it's not.
I think he got 4 years, bro. He got 4 years for 125.
Yeah, you got.
That's not the same salary as Deshaun Watson's contract was like the highest ever at the time when he signed it. It's not the same.
I got a question for the blackologist. Why ain't this the point in the narrative where y'all supposed to be starting y'all own league and all this other stuff?
I agree with that.
Why ain't this you starting your own league?
I agree. I say that too.
Yeah, where that's at?
No, I agree. That's
when is that happening? Is that this summer? When is that?
No one's having that conversation.
So no, they disrespected his son. Ain't that how it go? Like, ain't this the point? And he's
I agree with that, but I don't think that no major. Well, anyone with the bag is talking about starting the league. So
why not? The Rock got one, don't he?
Who?
The Rock, don't he got a league?
He got a football league.
Yeah, don't he got the XFL?
I don't know.
One of them.
XFL is no longer in existence.
Nah, he got one of them other arena leagues. One of them. But if it's so real now, and you quick talking about all this, we need to start our own league. Well, this is a perfect time. Ain't Dion supposed to be the shining example since he did all this? Where's the league at?
I don't think no. You know what? I think when people say like those conversations come up, when people try to do it, it doesn't really get support. So financially,
so it's just talk, right?
I guess, yeah, I would say, because I agree. Like that's the only way that you're gonna beat it. Like trying to buck at, this system where you're the minority. You're not even really a minority because there's no black owners. Anyone who can actually make something happen in the NFL.
Man,
so
no. What I'm saying,
you got a better shot.
When you say, I'm sorry, Kyle, hear me out. Ain't this the point where you say, okay, you got 80% of the league, and Dion is this, and this one is that, and all of
that conversation has already happened.
You got
so where's the league?
Starting a brand new Black America than you do a starting a fucking new NFL.
Okay, so it's just talk. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you money talks. So if they put
it ain't that much money in the black community, bro.
There's a lot of money though.
I hear you.
There is a lot of money though.
It's a lot. We can start maybe an XFL league, but you can't compete with it.
Household expense money.
It has to be supported,
y'all know how much
though.
Nigga, you know how much one stadium costs, my nigga? Like, what? Come on, bro.
You acting like they pay for that out of their pocket. They
do.
And you gonna get
They finance that, and then they make the profits out of it. That's what they do.
So you think you gonna get financing for a stadium? You think you gonna get financing for a stadium?
Here's the thing, though. A person like you with your mind state, it wouldn't work because you have a negative connotation about it.
No, I know. I have a reality outlook on.
You have to start somewhere.
Get riled up. You're not
going
to do anything. You just proved it. You the one that jumped out the window first and said it won't happen. It's a pipe dream.
The reason that I said that,
and now you have a reason.
Yeah, well, if I can say the reason, then I can say it. But the reason why is because of what the people, like the athletes, right? They're not having that conversation. That's why it won't happen. That's why I'm talking about. But if there was actually actions put into motion, you got to start somewhere, and then you
let's be realistic, okay? I'll be realistic here. If all the players currently in the NFL put their money together, they may be able to get 5 teams.
I'm not talking about only the current players. Not only the current players.
So now everybody got to put all their money into an investment. Everybody in the black community got to invest in.
Okay. If we're gonna pick something to go behind, it doesn't have to be football. It could be anything. But
how about basketball?
It doesn't even have to be a sport.
Why not? You got Ice Cube as a live example.
So you're trolling. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not. Am I trolling? I'm giving you a live example of Ice Cube in basketball. How am I trolling? Let's get down to you not understanding. You're making hypotheticals. I'm giving you real world examples. I'm not trolling.
So what I'm saying is, it whatever it is that can generate income, wealth, right? It will need to be something, because like you said, one person does not have all of the money, so it needs to be collective. And there are people outside of current active athletes. There are past, and there are other people that are in other fields, other industries. You put that money together, start something collectively, and that can generate wealth. It could be a league, a sports league. It can be, because if you're talking about NBA and NFL, yes, most of the players are African American. So it would just be natural that if those players took that leap and went and joined this league, that they would attract the fans to generate revenue, and then you start from there.
If it's so natural, why hasn't it naturally happened?
I'm not God. I don't know why it ain't happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're making a fantasy and not dealing with the
It's not a
reality.
fantasy. It's not a
It cost
fantasy.
$3
It's just
billion
a
to
thought.
build a. It was $3 billion to build the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. $3 billion with a B. That's not even covering the franchise fees for the organization. That's not even covering the roster costs.
But no,
That's
but you
just
can
the
get
fucking-
T.I. and 2 Chainz.
But who built the stadium though? Who built it?
What's that dude named? Blank, Arthur Blank.
Okay, you think he spent his money to build that, or did you think he did? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he spent his own cash.
Well, he did.
I don't think. I mean,
well, he did
What? How do you know that?
because it was talked about.
He owned the previous stadium. He owned the previous stadium. The Georgia Dome. He tore that bitch down, and then he invested like $2 billion or $3 billion into the stadium.
Just like Mark Cuban. Just like Mark Cuban built the new where the Dallas Mavericks play. What
Mark
the?
Cuban?
What it,
They say Jeezy owned a restaurant.
Bro,
Mark
think
about
about
the
it.
owner of the Mavericks.
I heard there's
the
a
owner of
slutty
the Mavericks.
vegan too. Maybe we can get all the slutty vegan.
We gotta understand this, right? It's a business. Like if I want to open up a taco shop, I gotta buy the fucking restaurant for the taco shop, right? It's the same thing with a fucking stadium. If you want a stadium, you gotta buy that motherfucker, man. You gotta buy it or build it. You know what I'm saying?
But you said that he invested. That's what I'm saying. When people they get investors,
he invested
they get
his
investors.
money into his. No, I'm saying he invested his own money into his own project. The same thing that I would do if I was to open up a taco restaurant. I would invest my money into my business. That's what he did.
Yeah, but look at how much. But look at how much money you said it costed. That it cost to build. How much did you say it cost to build that stadium?
$3 billion.
Dion said,
you saying that he invested. I mean, you saying that he used his own $3 billion to build that stadium?
Yes.
No.
And
no,
so
he did not.
Yes, he did, bro. And then the surrounding areas. This is what I'm saying. In the surrounding area, they had city projects where the city also invested money in the surrounding areas to build up an economic area based on the plan of investment into the fucking stadium, bro. Now he sells naming rights out of his investment, which he should do. That's a smart thing to do.
A lot of the time when they build those stadiums, the city is involved in that, and a lot of taxpayers.
Yeah, but when do the black people?
I just told you about the city involvement.
Right. Get back to the black people. Why are we always at the city? And we were talking about the black people doing it. Now you all at city regulations.
Well, that's part of it.
Right, but you talking about we need to get together and have a conglomeration of former players and like all of this is what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's true. And
then do what? Get the players from where? How you gonna play the players that's in the NFL league with what?
Because they have it's called revenue shares.
We have revenue from what? You ain't got no stadium. What are you talking about?
Man, you don't know. I know you're trolling. I know you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling.
I know you're trolling, but you're not
having a league about football ain't got basically
any idea.
Revenue for what?
Basically, any idea that comes out, you're gonna shoot it down.
With what? Selling chicken?
So basically, any person that has an idea.
No, it's not an idea. I gave you a real thing. Let's work through how Ice Cube is housing his challenges, and you refuse because you think I'm joking. You just talking crap. Ice Cube has a real role.
Okay. Ice Cube.
No, don't okay.
Ice Cube's league is not in competition. It's not an alternative to the NBA. He even said that.
So why does it have to be an alternative?
Ice Cube himself.
You yelling will make you right, dog.
No, I'm saying Ice Cube himself has said that he wants to work
with sport.
He wants to work with it. No, he said he wants to work with the NBA.
My nigga,
so you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no example when I talk about football examples even. Stop
it hasn't been done.
Ice Cube has a non-compete agreement with the
UFL, there's the XFL.
I'm talking about for black people. I'm talking about black people.
I'm talking about people. Well, right, Ice Cube was black then. Nigga, pick something to talk about it. You all over the place.
See, you're the one that's jumping. You're the one from who. Okay,
no, I'm the one that's trying to get something concrete, and you just jibber jabbering.
I'm not the one who brought up Ice Cube. We're talking about
football. Because you said sports in general, and you can't give me an example whether football or basketball.
You said somebody's jumping, but then you said Ice Cube's his league. If we're talking about football, I'm just saying that there has never
we don't
happened.
need to get together with former players. What are you talking about? How are you going to play
That's
the
an
players?
idea.
How are you going to pay the
with
players?
revenue?
Answer
With
that
revenue.
one question.
With
From what?
revenue. You have to. You're gonna have to sell tickets and merchandise. And
Where are
TV,
you selling tickets
and
to?
TV,
You don't
and
have stadiums.
Can I bring out one key point? This argument
Is
is
it common
crazy,
sense?
but the key point I want to bring out is that if we pay the players, if we are banking on the players in the NFL using their money,
go ahead, make my point.
Using their money to invest in an alternative league, that means they don't get the money from being in the NFL no more. We got to stop this foolishness, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's fucking crazy. You talking about revenue for what?
Okay, they can start off with they can start off with less society. That's what the ain't that what the women's teams are doing right now?
That's called a non-compete agreement. Like they can't do that, bro. You can't be getting the money from the NFL by starting your own.
No, I didn't say they have to get money. Obviously, they're gonna if they leave the NFL. If they leave the NFL, then they're not gonna get paid from the NFL.
Yes, they do.
have to.
After 3 years of being in the NFL, you get
Have you heard
retirement benefits according to your contract. If you violate the terms of your contract, then you don't get your retirement benefits.
Oh, okay. I'm not talking about retirement. I thought you were talking about salaries. I don't.
He's talking about
you're gonna get your retirement. You're gonna get
How
your
do you
retirement.
pay the players?
Oh my God.
See what I'm saying,
This
chat?
is
It was a simple
ridiculous.
question. He says revenue and ain't told me where the revenue comes from yet.
I already did, but you ignored it.
Where does
I already did.
where's the
I
revenue
did
come
three
from?
times. I did 3 times.
You said
You said
from the
tickets
state-
and
from the tickets.
merchandise.
And okay, so
And then there's
stop
advertising.
yelling and
There's
stop interrupting me.
advertising.
Have some decorum with yourself, man. So where were the games being played? Because it goes back to what Kyle was saying about the challenges of having stadiums. And to correlate, this is one of the issues that Ice Cube was having with the stadiums and how he was trying to move up and position things. Because then the NBA starts pushing back, like, okay, you can't be doing this at the Forum or whatever stadiums you might try to do this at. But getting back to football,
Can I answer that?
Answer the football question. Since you don't want to talk about that.
I was answering.
Let me finish the question and slow down. Where will you be playing the games?
I'm trying to answer.
In the middle
Just
of
like
the street.
just like any startup league, you would probably have to start at the arena level. You don't have to own the arena. You think every team in the NFL owns the arena that they
Did you hear what I just said?
The stadium that they play in?
Did you hear what I just said?
They do. They do.
They own their arena.
No, they don't.
Hold on.
I can name you one
you
team.
just
I can name
yelling.
you one team. I can name you one team in the NFL that doesn't own.
Did you hear what I just said?
What team is
Wait,
that?
hold on. Wait, Kyle, before we go there. So now you're dependent on a team, a football team, to allow a competitor of some sorts to play in their facilities. Do you see? Once again, please don't jump out the window just yet. Well, if we were to expand the conversation, this is again one of the challenges that Ice Cube was facing with basketball. But to leave that out of the equation, let's go back to the football.
You brought it up. Can I answer it? You brought it up, but then you said leave it out.
You stop
you just want to hear yourself talk, man.
No, I don't. I want to get to something that's you can understand because you're daft. You are slow.
But then staying
You are
out.
slow. You're talking about having a
You just
football
wanna hear
arena
yourself
rent you something for your football league. Who are you, Snoop Dogg and fucking
What-
flag football? What are you talking about?
Bro, you're not making no sense. You're
No,
not
you
making
sound
no
stupid
sense.
as
You're not
hell,
making
bro.
no sense. You're not making
You're
no
not
sense.
making no sense.
We
You're
gonna
the
get
one
the
You're not
arena.
making no
Let us
sense.
arena the game.
That's how startup leagues work, man. They
And
don't
I
just
agree.
go out buying out all. You think
I
they
agree.
just go
Let's
out
move
starting
on.
all the
I
stadiums?
agree. Let's move
But
on.
like I said though, every team in the NFL does not own the stadium.
Forget about that. Let's get back to
Forget about that. That's what I'm saying. You're not having a real
okay, so let's harp on the fact. Okay, they don't own it. Now what? Now what? Every team doesn't own it. Now what?
Okay, so all I'm saying is this. I don't have all the answers here on the live chat. So it would have to be a discussion.
You don't even have some.
Yeah.
It would be a discussion with
someone with more competency about reality.
It would be a discussion. It would be a discussion
among someone who is competent
that actually don't have a negative outlook on it. Like,
no,
of course,
let me be positive.
You want someone to agree with fantasy.
Let me be positive, right? Look, off the top of my head, I can think of 3 teams that don't own their stadium. That don't own it solely, right? So you got the Giants and the Jets. They share the stadium and they have a joint agreement, but they both own it. But neither one of them is the sole owner. So that would be 2 teams with 1 stadium. But the other one I can think about is New Orleans, because the city of New Orleans, they had a bunch of money after the hurricane release and all after.
I'm just saying you don't have to own the stadium and you can still generate revenue.
No,
you can generate.
There is a possibility, but the other one I was saying was New Orleans, because the city of New Orleans purchased their stadium after Katrina, after the Superdome was destroyed. They had to get an owner involved, and it was advantageous for the people to invest in the stadium. So they used their like tax and FEMA money and shit to pool together to rebuild the stadium. And so you're right on that aspect as far as there is one.
So
yeah,
Kyle,
I mean, there's other
have
teams
the players get something like maybe $1,500 a game. Is that what you're talking, Kyle?
$750
a game to play in the Negro League. Okay, because in the live example, and you could probably look this up. What was that? What was it? The XFL players getting played, and like I said, I think Buddha put in the chat. They got the Rock does have his league. What'd you say it was? The UFL,
the XFL, I think.
Okay, so
the UFL, it may be UFL, but I know it's another league with like we got a team in Birmingham.
Right. So either way, what I'm trying to say is can you just Google like the average salary for one of those players in those leagues?
Like 80,000 is the top.
Okay, so 80,000, right? Comparable to, Shedeur gonna make more than 80,000.
Yeah, the NIL.
Yeah, but that league doesn't have any star players, so those are the salaries that those players, they can't command anything. It is a startup league. You got to start. But if you have high profile players,
they're going to
in
the
that
NFL.
league, I understand. Well, again, that's your outlook.
Fact.
I'm saying if you have players that are willing to join and they have that same mindset, hey, let's start up our own stuff, then you will have high profile players, athletes in that league, and it will draw more people, and then you can pay the players more. That's all I'm saying. You got to start somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
To be devil's advocate, right? To be devil's advocate, if you are a top-notch player that just won the Heisman, you can get paid $40 million a year to go to the NFL versus $80,000 to come to the Negro FL, the NFL,
the woke FL, because all Negroes know the woke FL,
the WFL. Like, why is that a good business decision for any of those people to make?
Because the reason why, it's because it's kind of like you're investing. So you would be investing into something when it's small, and then you can, if it grows, you can generate wealth from it. But you have to have that type of. So would you go for that mindset, though?
Would you go for that? Would you go? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Me, I would if I was young. Yeah.
So for your first job after college, if I offer you a position paying $13 an hour, but it's a black.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what you're making a joke out of it, and that's the problem with the community.
You making a joke out of it.
No. Because when people actually have ideas, that's what deters them, because they'll get laughed at.
The thing is, your idea requires the people who participate in it to suffer. That's the point.
That doesn't mean that you're suffering.
It definitely does. If I can make 40 million for
what it does
$13,
it doesn't mean that you're
what it does is
suffering.
you don't understand that your idea doesn't just, you're not so ignorant and think you're the only one that could do this. So what you do is you then have comparisons. So you do comparative studies of other things to see if they've happened before, right? He's talking and not being able to compare it to anything because he doesn't know anything.
But why you saying that it has to happen?
The other challenges,
that it has to happen
of other leagues having been done, and you see the challenges are things like stadiums or keeping the good players because they're then going to eventually go to the bigger leagues. Those are the challenges, things you got to work through, right?
Nah, that's you just saying that because you're trolling, but that's funny.
No,
but
you see what I'm saying? When it smacks you in the face, it's called trolling. It's called reality checking. You're fantastic.
It's nothing. Because what you're saying
fantastical. What you're saying, it's not
what you're
saying. Any kind.
What you're saying is just that you never seen it before.
No, what I'm telling you, you
can't
do the comparative analysis because you don't know what you're talking about. There were other football leagues, and I've been trying to.
But there was no African American. There was no. There has
nothing to do with being African American. You can have other examples without having to be an African American.
That's what we're talking about, though.
No, we're not. We're talking about football as a league.
No, we were talking about African Americans.
We were talking
about African Americans starting their own league. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean only African Americans.
That's what we were talking about, though.
Start with one team in the NFL.
Stop doing that. Every time I talk, you want to yell. You just want to hear yourself yell? Go ahead.
Well, since it's quiet, how about starting with just one team in the NFL? Give me one good NFL team we call the Brooklyn Black Knights. And I'll roll with that, man. I'll get a jersey tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, quick question. Where are they going to play at? Rockefeller Stadium?
Hey, we tearing down Staten Island, man. We going somewhere, man.
Well, all you need is just if you have. Well, my point with Shedeur was I said that there was no black ownership in the NFL. That was my initial thing, and so that's why I said. Well, actually, the other person brought up about the alternative about a league, and then that's why I said, yeah, I agree that there should be. But my point was there's no black ownership in the NFL, so there is no shot caller in the NFL to say, oh, I will be taking this person.
Ain't no one black owner. If they said they was going to take Shedeur, and somebody else said, the rest of the people said, no, you ain't. Ain't no black owner would have took him. Facts.
How do you know that? You just
because
your
you
opinion.
know the NFL because he has enough talent. Yo, stop interrupting me if you're going to ask a question for the 9th time, man. Damn. Because you know the NFL because he has enough talent where somebody would have picked him now and they didn't.
That's not
so
true.
It's way bigger than just because you're a blackface. That was like even dumbass Stephen A points out. That was a decision by all them owners. Nobody's going to pick him until it was time for it to go.
There's one common denominator that there's no black owner. So you can't make that a definite statement without there being one.
No, Magic Johnson's the owner of the Washington Commanders. What are y'all talking about?
Who is?
Magic Johnson.
No, he's part of a team. He's part of an investment.
He don't own all of it.
He's not the majority owner.
He doesn't own 100%, but he's sitting on fucking owner's spot.
Nah, serious. It's simple. Just stop yelling. Your mic is cracking and everything because you want to yell and interrupt. Go ahead, Kyle. Damn.
Nah, I'm saying owner, like you have some people who are super duper rich, like Arthur Blank from the Falcons, that he can purchase stuff like by itself independently. But most of the owners for these clubs, now let's get realistic, are minority owned, meaning not like minorities like ethnic groups. I'm talking about like they divide the ownership into multiple groups of people, or multiple coalitions. And what I'm saying is Magic Johnson, who is a black person, who is pro-black as hell, mostly business in black communities, he is a partial owner of the fucking Washington Commanders, and they didn't fucking pick up Shedeur.
That wasn't a good example.
It was a great example.
Okay,
if you want it.
So I'm going to tell you why it's not a good example. For one, Magic Johnson is not the majority owner. For two,
they don't have a majority owner.
Okay, he's not the one he's not in that position that makes the decision. That's what I'm saying. He's just an investor. Okay. Secondly, the Washington Commanders don't need to draft a quarterback. They have one of the best in the league.
Well,
that doesn't
but
make us. The guy that they have is probably like a year or two older than Shedeur, and he's one of the
true.
best. So they don't need it. So that's not a good example. That's all I'm saying. And Mikey Johnson, he cannot make that call on his own. I'm talking about someone that can make that call.
So now
I'm gonna
but
like the Raiders owner. Yeah, he's a shot caller. Jerry Jones is a shot caller.
But now you're making a more difficult propositions. Like I was trying to make it easier for you and give you the benefit of the doubt and give you something to work toward, like minority ownership of an organization. But what you're saying is now instead of a partial owner or investors investing into an organization, now one singular person has to be able to call the shots for an organization, and we don't have the
and they got to be funded by Marcus Garvey.
I never said. That's what I'm saying. You making points that I never made. I never said that they did have it. Because just because someone is a minority, minority doesn't mean that you're for Black people. It just means that you're a minority group. You're from a minority ethnic
when I'm
group.
talking about ownership, when I say minority, I'm talking about a person that owns less than 51% of the business. I apologize.
Okay.
Not Black people in that type of equation. I'm talking about minority ownership.
Yeah, well, when it comes to ownership, as far as making decisions, especially at that level, you have to be, like I said, I'll just use examples. Jerry Jones and I forget his name, the one for the Raiders. Like those guys call the shots. So until you get I guess a Black person in that position, then I can say, oh, it's more of a definite answer that, oh, they have to all collectively, because someone can, if they have owners, they can decide whoever they want to sign to the team.
Man,
look, you know what I'm saying?
No, you can't. Once
Who do you know? Oh my goodness!
Hold on. If no, this is how it works for real. If one of them owners would have said and tried to say, "I want to take Shedeur," no, they're not. That's
Why?
not how it works.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
God damn!
Are you an owner?
Are you interrupting?
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Tell me what I was gonna say.
No, I was actually going to keep talking, but you started answering.
No, actually, Kyle was talking.
I was talking when you.
Kyle was talking.
Y'all proving my point. I'm just listening, man.
So no, go ahead. So what was you gonna say? What was you gonna say?
The point that I'm trying to make is that the initial thing that you were saying is we're gonna get the NFL players to put that money together to buy.
We got 9 more minutes left, guys. 9 more minutes, and we out here.
All right, let me wrap it up then. So
the hell you doing, Garfield? I came up here to have smoke with you. Why you sitting on what you call that silent? And where you get that video of Jabari from? Let me get that.
Yeah. But so the initial point that you were making, bro, was like we got to get a bunch of NFL guys to pool their money together. This is why I started talking about minority ownership.
I'm watching my Knicks game.
And so once those people pool their money together, but then you say that you don't want that situation where a bunch of people pool their money together and become minority owners. You want one majority owner that can make pool and to have pool. But the situation that we were talking about was minority owner based. That's why I was trying to understand what you meant by like. So you just want one guy that has $100 billion to invest into the project, and I don't know anybody that's
no.
community.
So when you have those shareholders, right? You can have like I don't know how to explain it. Like on a pie chart, you can have. I think it's as long as you have the majority of the ownership, there can still be other minority shareholders. But you're the person, since you have majority shares, you can make the decisions. If you're placed as the president, of the organization, you can make the decision on who's gonna get.
And how much of a percentage would you need on your pie chart?
I guess it's like over 50, like 1% over 50.
Did you not hear Kyle say 51% or no?
Yeah, but the commander, that's not how they're set up though. The commanders is a group. No, listen what I'm saying. They have a investment group. It's. I think it's
That's
ran like.
that's
I know.
the pie chart. The group is the pie chart, my guy.
I think the investment. I think the investment group. I think the investment group is listed as a business. It's not listed with
Okay.
everybody's name on it.
Oh.
It's not like that. That's what I'm saying.
So the investment group, they all have shares.
I don't know how they did it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how they.
How would it be a group? So they wouldn't put in some type of percentages. Wouldn't that make it a group?
That's between them. They probably didn't
Right.
even make that
That's
public.
what I'm saying.
They
So
probably
you
didn't
would
even make
agree.
that
You would
public.
agree. You would agree that they would each put in some type of percentage to make it a group. Yes or no?
Yeah, some kind of percentage. Yes.
Okay. So if somebody had most control, how much of that percentage would they need?
They might not be set up. That's what I'm saying. As an investment group, as an investment group, they might. We don't know how they're set up.
No. Once again, I'm to back up. It's nobody else. If there's a group and we're agreeing that everybody has a percentage, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So someone in that group had most of the percentage. How much would that be? At least.
To be majority.
Which number would that be?
Yeah, if they were set up in that way, it would
Once
be
again,
51%.
no. There's no other way they're a group.
You have to know how
this is the only way that works.
There's no other way there's a group.
No, because they can within the group they can still assign someone to have the like a CEO. That person,
that has nothing
that
to
person,
do with percentages. That's what I was talking about. Once again, to have percentage and majority control, you would need a number. Do you know what that number is?
I don't know it. No. I just know that.
Right, because you don't. Listen, here's right. Slow down. I'm gonna tell you. No. Here's two things, and here's the reason why.
Before you go, I will.
No, it's not before I go.
I will say this though.
If not, you don't need to say anything until I'm finished.
Yeah, I will. I will say that
because it has to do with this.
Magic Johnson
The thing is, you don't
listed as a
understand or listen to anything.
investor.
You're talking because you don't want to be proven completely wrong. The number for the 99th time is 51%. You said it because you don't even comprehend what you know. Kyle has said it 4 or 5 times. You pull up a goddamn pie chart.
You insult don't make you right. I have to insult you to prove my point. You know what I'm saying? Just because you insult don't make you right. You know what I'm saying?
51% is the number.
Yeah, but you don't know how their investment group is set up, though.
Once again, it's set up.
You don't need to know that, bro. That's what I'm saying.
My point was that Magic Johnson is not a majority.
And what number would make him a majority?
It doesn't matter. He's not.
It does matter, jackass, because it's not.
It doesn't matter. Just because you immature and can only insult, it don't mean that you right.
No, you're just stupid, and I'm tired of talking to you.
You know what I'm saying? You can't even have a conversation. You can't even have a conversation. I just said that you don't know how their investment group is set up.
Correct, and I don't need to.
He's been reported as a minority investor. So
and you know what? He doesn't have 51%. I can guarantee you that.
You can be a minority investor with 49%. You understand that, right?
Say that one more time.
You could be a minority. I said you could be a minority investor with 49%. It doesn't mean he only.
But I understand that. But that's not how they were.
You keep saying that he don't know how this is set up. But that's
hey, listen, man. We need more white owners, more white ownership. I don't know what y'all talking about.
If this nigga gonna own, we need all white owners. God,
we need all white owners. Let's go. Listen, man, y'all. You know what? People act like truth. Like if people believe in Islam and Christianity, they're gonna be good, and white supremacy is gone, and we all gonna live good, happily ever after.
Right. We believe that in Africa. Start talking all that Assalamu alaikum and giving up our gold. How'd that work out for you over there?
Yep. Hey, more power to us.
That. Yeah. Then you come over here and sweet baby Jesus, and only one got a car is Rev. My bad, Kaya. I know you went to church today. My bad.
I just left, man.
Yo, Garfield, you heard what I asked. Where's you getting the boat on the river ceremonies from?
Where
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know where they got it from.
Yeah, all right, okay.
Where they got it from?
Huh? Okay. Okay. I must not tell you what I got, bro. It's over.
Where they got it from? From
I'm trying to get my friend out. He must not tell you what I got, bro.
Oh man.
Yep. And I'm gonna say this live, and you know you my man. I'm just half playing. This is so real. I'm gonna make you pay for it. That's how real it is. You know I'm just kidding, but it's that true.
Oh, you saying where they got the whole raw boat stuff from?
Oh yeah, that's what I was asking about. Okay. But yeah, where that video come from? Like, that's on Jabari's channel. That's a ceremony now.
I think a ceremony that he did, that he videotaped, said that they went to it. He denied. I don't believe that Egyptians are West Africans and came over here. I don't believe that. But in the ceremony, he said they left from the coast of Egypt and went to the coast of West Africa and came to America. That's what he said in the video.
Right. But that's been going on for a while. That's that mix mash get in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's been in there since its inception, because even real quick, and I'm not even going to get into it, but what Raul Nefer Amen and what he does with the Asar Set Society, but he's also been crowned, and he highlights the fact that he's king of some Ghanaian clan.
Right. And you know, Jabari was a part of his group first.
It was in the same area. That's what I'm saying. A slave theater is on Fulton and Bedford. I told you this. The weed spots was on Franklin and Fulton.
I don't hear about no weed spot, man. Get out of here.
Nigga, the whole Franklin and Fulton strip was nothing but weed spots. Probably your cousins over there.
Facts. All cousins.
The Set Society was right across from the Armory on Atlantic and not Bedford, the block after Bedford. That was all in the same area. Mm-hmm.
All right. Hey, listen, it's 4 hours. I'm out of here. Peace and love to y'all, man. One love. Not me. I'm not frying no sawfish fritters, man. That ain't me. That's one of y'all.
Hotep, brother.
Hotep. Peace and love to y'all, man. Assalamu alaikum. Love y'all people, man. Listen.
Hey, peace, Garfield.
Peace. Yeah, man. We out of here.
Peace, y'all.
Go Knicks.